Andrew Povey. I walked out of the room and saw that Drake had come to the Pack hospital. How is she? Logan jumped up and walked over to me as soon as he saw me. They didn't let me see her, I said. They took my blood and told me to wait outside. Fuck. Logan sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Where is Rolf? I asked Drake. In the cellars, he answered. We pumped him full of wolfsbane. Good, I growled. The door opened and the doctor walked outside. Everybody jumped up and ran toward him. Logan almost knocked him down. Alpha Logan, Beta Andrew, the doctor said and took a step back from Logan. How is she? Logan and I asked at the same time. We managed to stabilize her, the doctor said. She is still in critical condition. He pumped so much wolfsbane into her that I was really surprised to see her alive. She should be dead. Logan and I growled loudly. My heart was beating painfully. I was so close to losing her forever. My hands were shaking, and Asher was constantly whining. She lost a lot of blood, the doctor continued, ignoring our growls. He cut her deeply several times. He broke 2 of her ribs, and she has bruises all over her body. Due to having so much wolfsbane in her body, she couldn't heal, and she won't be able to for a while. We need to remove all the wolfsbane from her body in order for her to heal. I don't think she will wake up until we do. I didn't know what to say. My heart was breaking. This was my fault. She was in there because of me. Logan was shaking. His mom and Amy were crying silently. Drake had a pissed-off look on his face. There is one more exam I would like to do, the doctor said when none of us spoke. We could wait for her to wake up and ask her about it, but I'm afraid that we are risking a lot if we don't do it now and if we don't take the necessary steps. What exam? Logan asked. I need your permission, Beta Andrew, he said, looking at me. Of course, I said. What do you need to do? The doctor looked between Logan and me, suddenly nervous. A rape kit, he said quietly. I froze. My heart stopped beating and I couldn't breathe. I knew that there was a chance that he touched her. I just didn't want to think about it. Logan growled and fur started growing on his arms. Shit. Drake ran toward him and pulled his hands behind his back. Calm down, Logan, Drake said. You can't shift here. Shouldn't Logan be able to feel if somebody other than him? Logan's mom asked, stopping before she finished her question. He never felt anything like that. He would have told me. He would have gone crazy if he felt he was doing something like that to her. He should, the doctor said, eyeing Logan nervously. But she had so much wolfsbane in her body that I'm afraid he wouldn't feel even if he killed her. Oh my goddess. He had to give her much more wolfsbane than I thought. Mates can feel if the other one is killed, even if they are across the world from them, even if they rejected each other. In some cases, even if they choose another mate. How the hell was she alive? Do the exam, doctor, I said, growling. Where do I sign? Thank you, Beta, the doctor said. Nurse Rose will take you to the front desk so you can sign the paperwork. Aye. When will we know the results? Logan's mom asked. I will get one of the nurses to do the exam immediately, and I will let you know as soon as we get the results, the doctor said, and walked back inside the room. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. If that fucker touched her, Logan growled loudly. Don't, man. Drake stopped him. Don't go there. The nurse came out and told me to follow her. She gave me a bunch of papers to sign and told me I could go back to the waiting room when I finished signing them. I walked back and sat beside Amy. "Are you okay, Beta?" she asked me with a trembling voice. "It's Andrew, Amy," I told her, staring at the wall. "And no, I am not okay. I won't be until she wakes up and tells me she forgives me." "She will, Andrew," Amy said. "She loves you so much." "She is all I have," I said quietly. "I can't lose her. Not only could I lose her to death, but I could also lose her because of my own stupidity. What if she woke up and told me she didn't want anything to do with me anymore?" Asher was whining and growling inside my head. Just the thought of losing his sister was hurting him badly. I could feel that he was angry at me as well. He blamed me for this. And he should have blamed me. "What are you thinking about?" "I got a link from Logan. Leon told me Asher is distraught." "Not only could I lose her to death, Logan, I linked him back. I could lose her because I was a stupid man who didn't believe her. What if she wakes up and tells me she doesn't want anything to do with me?" "I know," he sighed. "I'm afraid of the same thing, but we are not losing her. Not to death, not to her rejecting us. We are not giving up. She is your sister and my mate. She will always be by our side." I wanted to respond, but the sound of the door opening interrupted me. We jumped up from our seats and saw the doctor walking toward us. I couldn't ask him. I couldn't speak the words. "He didn't rape her?" the doctor said. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Logan sighed and clenched his fists. "Thank Goddess," Logan's mom said and hugged Amy. "When can we see her?" Logan asked. "Nurses are finishing up in her room," the doctor said. "You can go inside in a few minutes, but only Alpha and Beta. We can't risk infection while she is in critical condition." We all nodded and the doctor continued. "I don't think I have to say this, but Alpha, the mate bond will help her heal, so I recommend you spend as much time with her as possible." "Of course," Logan said. "My mom can handle pack business until she wakes up." Luna Gloria nodded and smiled at her son. "I can also help," Drake added. "I am not going back to my pack until I know she will be okay." "Thank you, Drake," Logan said. "Beta Andrew, I recommend you spend as much time as possible with her," the doctor said. "You are her brother, and your presence will help her." "I wasn't planning on being anywhere else," I said. "Good," the doctor nodded. "Nurse Rose will come and get you so you can go in and see her." I sighed, and Luna Gloria gave me a hug. "She will be okay, honey," she said. "You just watch over her like you always do." Her words were like knives to my heart. I didn't watch over her when she needed me most. That's why she was fighting for her life. Logan POV. I started pacing around nervously. My gaze was at the door the whole time. I needed that nurse to come out and take me to my mate. "I will take care of the pack, honey," my mom told me. "I won't bother you unless it is an emergency." I nodded absent-mindedly. Nothing was important at this moment. I just wanted my mate in my arms. I just wanted Emma. The door finally opened and Nurse Rose came out. "Alpha, Beta, please follow me," she said, and walked back inside. Andrew and I ran inside. I could hear my mom telling me to link them when she wakes up, but I didn't have time to answer. I rushed inside and headed straight to Emma's room. "Alpha, wait!" the nurse called me. I stopped and turned to look at her with a menacing growl erupting from my chest. Andrew was right next to me. He was as annoyed as I was. "You need to shower first," the nurse said as she lowered her gaze. We can't risk an infection. Shower? Andrew asked. Yes, she nodded. The doctor didn't tell you? Andrew and I shook our heads. I am sorry, I didn't know, she said. You will need to shower, and I will give you scrubs to change into. If Emma catches an infection, it could kill her. I flinched at her words and glanced toward Emma's door. My hot-headed behavior almost killed her. Fuck. No, Rose, I am sorry, I said and looked back at her. I shouldn't have growled at you. I am just on edge. Can you please lead us to the bathroom? Andrew asked as calmly as he could. It is okay, Alpha. I understand, she said with a small smile and turned around. Follow me. We started walking away from Emma's room and my heart clenched painfully in my chest. I needed to see her. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I needed to shower first. I couldn't put her in danger. Rose led us to the bathroom and handed us dark blue scrubs and a pair of new sneakers to change into. Don't rush, she said. You need to make sure you are as clean as possible. The towels are already waiting for you. I will be right outside to take you to Emma when you finish up. Andrew and I nodded and rushed inside. I made sure to thoroughly clean every part of my body. My hands were shaking with the need for my mate, but I tried to ignore it. I needed to do this right. I couldn't put her in danger. Not again. After I finished showering, I put on the clothes Rose gave me and stepped out of the bathroom. Rose was sitting alone. Andrew was still in the bathroom. Alpha, Rose said. Should we wait for Beta, Andrew? I nodded and sat down beside her. A few minutes later, Andrew stepped outside and I stood up immediately. Rose led us back to Emma's room. She grabbed the doorknob, but before twisting it, she turned around to look at us. Don't freak out when you see her, she said softly. She is pale and covered in scrapes and bruises. There are a lot of needles and tubes attached to her. There is a machine to help her breathe and one to track her heart and blood pressure. Due to the blood transfusion, she will probably smell different for a while. Her normal scent will come back soon. Andrew clenched his fists and nodded. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I am telling you this so you can prepare your wolves, she added. They will be protective and will want to rip those things out of her because they will think it is hurting her. Control them. Also, the state she is in will be hard on both you and your wolf. So please do everything you can to remain in control. Andrew and I nodded and she opened the door slowly. What I saw inside broke me. My Emma was lying in bed completely covered in bruises and cuts. There were different tubes attached to her small body. Her long brown hair was sprawled all around her. She didn't smell like herself. She smelled like wolfsbane, medicine, and Andrew. Leon and I hated that. We hated another male's scent on our mate, even if it was her brother. I didn't even hear Rose leave the room. My attention was on Emma and Emma only, but I couldn't move. The sight of her in this state froze me completely. I did this. Andrew moved first. Oh, Emma, he said, his voice trembling. He walked over to her and carefully took her small hand in his. He caressed her cheek with his thumb and placed a small kiss on her forehead. I am so sorry, Em, he said, leaning his forehead on hers. His whole body was trembling, and I knew that it was hard for him not to shift. Asher wanted to see her and make sure she was okay. He was probably going crazy and whining right now, just like Leon. She is so cold, he said quietly. I forced my legs to work and walked to the other side of Emma's bed. I looked down at the love of my life and my breath got caught in my throat. She looked so fragile. I placed my hand on hers and felt addicting tingles spread through my body. "Hi, baby," I said quietly and leaned closer to her. "I am here. I will never leave you again. Please come back to me." I pulled up a chair and sat down next to her. I placed her hand in mine and rubbed small circles on her palm. "Neg, I will kill them." Andrew growled. "They will suffer." "Yes," I nodded, not taking my eyes off of her. "We will make them pay for what they did to her." The door opened and the doctor walked inside. "Nurses will bring one more bed in here," he told us. "Unfortunately, we can't fit more in the room, so one of you will have to sleep on the couch." "Not a problem," Andrew said. "As long as I can stay here with her, I will sleep on the floor." Dr. Adams gave him a small smile and walked over to the bed to check on Emma. He checked the monitors around her and wrote something down in her chart. "She is a fighter." He smiled. "She is," I said quietly, looking down at her. "Talk to her," the doc said. "She can probably hear you." Andrew and I looked up at him and nodded. He gave us a small smile and left the room. I looked back down at Emma and sighed. I just wanted her to open her eyes. I wanted to see them again. I needed to see them again. Andrew POV. "She smells like you?" Logan mumbled. "She does," I smiled, running my fingers through her hair. "I don't like it," he frowned. "But I would have her smell like you forever if it meant she would live." She will," I said quietly. "She is not dying." I caressed her cheek and kissed her hand. "The doctor says you can hear us, Emma," I said. "I need you to know how sorry I am. I was a complete idiot. I didn't believe you, and you were telling me the truth. It is my fault this happened to you. I hope you can forgive me. You are all I have in this world, and I don't know what I would do if you left me. I love you, Em. Please don't leave me." I never moved my gaze from her face. Oh, goddess, how I wished that she would open her eyes. But there was nothing. She was completely still. I placed her hand on my cheek, needing to feel her touch. "I was a terrible mate." Logan sighed. "I rejected you without giving you a chance. And I was wrong, Emma. I was so wrong. I can't begin to explain how sorry I am. I should have stopped her. I should have protected you. But I am not going anywhere, my love. I will not leave you again. You are mine, and I hope you can forgive me. I hope you will let me be the mate you deserve." Logan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I, Logan Carter, Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack, accept you, Emma Parker of the Crescent Moon Pack, as my mate and Luna," Logan said as he opened his eyes. The machine that was monitoring her heart beeped. Her heart rate increased slightly. "She heard you," I mumbled quietly, staring at the monitor. A huge smile spread across Logan's face. "You heard me, love?" My gaze went back to Emma. Nothing on her face showed that she had heard him, but I knew that she did. "Goddess Emma," I said, and leaned closer to her. "You can hear us, can't you? Please come back. Fight. Don't leave us. We need you." We continued talking to her, telling her how sorry we were and begging her to come back to us. After a while, both of us were exhausted and ready for bed. We hadn't been sleeping or eating properly since Emma went missing. I hoped to sleep a little bit better now that she was here with me. The nurses brought dinner for us, and we went to sleep after we ate. Logan got the bed, and I slept on the couch. I woke up in the middle of the night. I looked around the room, confused. Why the hell did I wake up? The room had a soft orange glow. It was coming from the bedside lamp next to Emma's bed. I looked at my sister and saw that nothing had changed. I slowly got up and walked over to her bed. I took her hand in mine and gasped. But she was so hot. My hand immediately went to her forehead and I froze. "Nurse!" I shouted and ran toward the door. I heard Logan growling behind me. "What the fuck?" Nurse Rose came running into the room. "She is burning up," I said as soon as she walked inside. Logan jumped out of bed and took Emma's hand in his. He gasped loudly. "What is wrong with her?" he asked frantically. "I don't know, Alpha," the nurse said as she took her temperature. "Probably an infection." My heart started beating painfully. An infection? 105, the nurse muttered to herself. "Fuck. I will get the doctor," she said and ran out of the room. I ran toward Emma and took her hand in mine. Her cheeks were pink from the temperature, and there were a few little beads of sweat on her forehead. I used my hand to wipe them away. Logan was kissing her hand and looking at her. I saw fear in his eyes. The doctor came running inside. "Alpha, Beta," he said. "Can you please move so I can examine her?" Logan and I growled but moved out of the way. The doctor started examining her, checking her vitals and taking her temperature again. "What's wrong, Doc?" Logan asked, his voice trembling. He turned to look at us and sighed. "I don't know. An infection, probably. She has been lying on the dirty floor with open wounds. We will have to test her blood to know for sure. In the meantime, I will give her a broad-spectrum antibiotic. We have to get her fever to drop." Nurse Rose approached Emma to take her blood. As soon as she pierced the needle into Emma's skin, Logan growled. "We need to do this, Alpha," the doctor said. "I know." Logan sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "I am sorry." "It's okay," Nurse Rose said as she finished. "It is normal for mates to behave like this. I see it all the time." Logan gave her a small smile and she walked out of the room. We will have the results by morning," Doc said and walked toward the door. "I will go get the medicine for her." Logan and I nodded and walked back to hold Emma's hands. The doctor came back quickly and gave Emma the medicine. "Try to get some sleep," he said as he walked out. "I will wake you up when we get the results." Logan and I nodded, not taking our eyes off of her. "You can sleep in the bed," Logan mumbled. I raised my eyebrows. "What about you?" "I am sleeping with her," he said and started moving wires and tubes away. I grabbed his hand, stopping him. "I don't think that is a good idea. What if you mess something up? Do you—" "I won't," he said. "I will be perfectly still and you will help me with the wires. I need to hold her, and the mate bond will help her heal." I sighed and let go of his hand. He was right. We carefully moved the tubes and wires attached to her so Logan could lay down beside her. He carefully climbed into bed beside her, and I sat on the other bed. "Wake me up if something happens," I said as I laid down. He mumbled, nuzzling his nose into her neck. I sighed and looked away. I knew that being close to Logan would help her, but I didn't have to watch him touch my sister. Logan POV. I kept nuzzling my nose into her neck and hair, hoping to get just a little bit of her delicious scent. But there was nothing. She still smelt like wolfsbane, medicine, and Andrew. I sighed. I would have to wait. I ran my fingers through her long, silky hair and leaned my cheek on top of her head. I just wanted her to open her eyes. I wanted her to speak to me. I needed to hear her voice. I needed to tell her that I loved her. I kissed her forehead and closed my eyes. I was awoken when the doctor entered the room. "Good morning, Alpha," the doctor said, holding Emma's chart in his hands. "Morning, doctor," I yawned. "Are those the results?" "Oh, yes." The doctor nodded and looked at Andrew. He was still asleep, so I carefully got off the bed and walked to him. I shook him and he opened his eyes. He jumped up immediately. What's wrong?" he asked. "Where is Emma?" "Right here," I pointed at her. "She is okay. The doctor is here with her results." He looked at the doctor and sat up straighter. "Sorry, doctor. I haven't been sleeping well. This is the first night I managed to get some sleep." "I understand, Beta," the doctor said with a small smile. "No need to apologize." "What did the results say?" I asked and walked back to Emma. "We have confirmed it is an infection," the doctor said as he moved toward Emma to check her temperature. "We will continue the antibiotics." "Will she be okay?" Andrew asked and stood up. "I hope." The doctor sighed. "There is still wolfsbane in her and it is keeping her from healing. It also lessens the effect of the antibiotics we are giving her, so we will have to increase the dosage." My heart started beating painfully. I wanted to ask him a question, but I was afraid of the answer. "Can she?" Andrew started speaking before taking a deep breath. "Can she die?" My breath got caught in my throat. The doctor raised his head and looked nervously at Andrew and me. She can," he said quietly. Andrew and I growled loudly. "No, she wasn't dying. She couldn't die." Asher whined, and Andrew jumped off the bed and went to Emma. "No," he said sternly. "You are not dying, Emma. Do you hear me? You will not die. You will not leave me alone." "I will do everything I can," the doctor said quietly. I stood frozen. I kept staring at her beautiful face. I couldn't lose her. "Is there something we can do?" I asked the doctor, not moving my eyes from her. "Be with her," he said. "The bond she has with you will help her." Andrew and I nodded, and the doctor turned to walk out of the room. Andrew stopped him. Doctor, I want to shift," Andrew mumbled, caressing Emma's hair. "Asher wants to see her. Is it safe?" The doctor turned around and scratched his neck. "It should be okay. Just be careful and call me if anything happens." Andrew nodded, and the doctor gave him a small smile. He walked out of the room and closed the door. As soon as the doctor closed the door, Andrew stood up and walked over to the farthest corner of the room to shift. I sat next to Emma and took her hand in mine. "I am here, baby," I whispered to her. "You are going to be okay." I was interrupted by a whimper. I turned my head to look at Asher. He was standing in the corner of the room, his tail between his legs. He was staring at Emma, and I swear I saw tears rolling down his furry face. "Though, it's okay, Asher," I said quietly. "She is here. Your pup is here." Asher walked over to her and licked her face gently. He placed his head on her belly and closed his eyes. He never stopped whining. I raised her other hand and placed it on Asher's head. He sent me a grateful look. I gave him a little smile and looked back at Emma. Her cheeks were slightly flushed because of the fever. Her eyes were shut tight. It was killing me. I just wanted to see her eyes. I wanted her to look at me. I wanted to tell her I was a stupid man who couldn't have been more wrong. I wanted to tell her how much I loved her. I want to be with mate. Leon whined. Let me out, Logan. I will, Leon, I told him. Let Asher have some time with her. You know how much he missed her. Leon whined loudly, but stopped pressing me to shift. Okay, I will wait, but as soon as he shifts back, you are letting me out. I will, I promised him. I looked at Asher, who was still whining quietly. I felt so bad for Andrew and him. He was broken when she went missing. He loved her so much and often saw her as his child, rather than his sister, which made sense. He wasn't that much older than her, but he did raise her. Even when his parents were still alive, Andrew was raising Emma. His parents were often absent and busy dealing with the pack. His father, being Beta, traveled a lot with mine, and his mother helped my mother around the pack house. Andrew had been taking care of Emma since she was a baby. Fun. Asher's big head suddenly shot up. He looked at Emma and let out a loud whine. What happened? I jumped up, looking from Asher to Emma. He jumped back to the corner of the room and shifted back. Andrew grabbed the scrubs off of the floor and put them back on. Ace. He ran back to the bed and stared at Emma. He grabbed her face in his hands and kissed her forehead. Emma, he called her. Emma, love, can you hear me? I am here. Your big brother is here. I stared at him, confused. Andrew, what the hell is going on? She moved her hand, Logan, he mumbled, not taking his eyes away from her face. She squeezed my fur lightly. I gasped and my eyes snapped to her face. Please wake up, baby. Emma? Andrew called her again. Please, love, open your eyes. I held my breath and took her hand in mine. Sparks rushed over my skin and I held on tight. I would never let her go. Please, baby, wake up, I said quietly. Emma's eyes fluttered open. Andrew and I let out small sobs. She was awake. Thank you, goddess. Andrew POV. Little one, look at me, I managed to say through my sobs. Her eyes found mine slowly, and I felt tears fall on my cheeks. I wanted to see her eyes for so long. Hey, love, I said quietly. You are okay, you are safe. She was still confused and disoriented. She blinked a few times. She wasn't able to open her eyes fully. I turned to look at Logan. Get the doctor. He managed to peel his gaze off of Emma and ran to the door. He opened them, and I heard him shouting for the doctor to come immediately. I looked back at Emma, who was looking at me confused through her half-opened eyes. I never let go of her face. You are at the hospital, little one, I told her slowly. You are safe. She can't hurt you anymore. Before I could say anything else, the doctor ran into the room. Beta, I need to check her, he told me. Please take a step back. I looked back down at her and reluctantly let her go. I stood next to Logan, not taking my eyes away from her. Logan was shaking slightly, his eyes never leaving her either. Emma, the doctor called her loudly. Emma, it is Dr. Wren. Can you hear me, honey? She didn't answer him. Her eyes started darting around the room like she was searching for something or someone. Her breathing started to pick up, her chest falling up and down rapidly. I clenched my fists in fear and Logan growled. Emma, honey. The doctor tried again. It is okay, you are safe. You are in the pack hospital. She finally managed to look at him. "Hey, Emma," he said softly. "Do you know who I am?" She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "It is okay, Emma," Doc said. "You can just nod for now, okay?" She shook her head slightly and tried again. She was so quiet that I couldn't hear her even with my wolf hearing. "Andrew," the doctor repeated what she had said. "He is right there, Emma." My heart started beating faster. She was asking for me? I quickly ran back to her and took her hand in mine. "Can you tell him I am not a rogue?" I heard her say quietly. She was struggling to get the words out of her mouth. If I wasn't standing right next to her, I probably wouldn't have even heard her. "I don't want him to hate me," she added. Logan gasped behind me. My heart clenched painfully. She thought that I hated her. She thought that I believed Sienna. I squeezed her hand tighter, hoping to get her attention. I wanted to speak, but the lump in my throat was too big. "You can tell him that yourself, Emma," the doctor said gently. "Look to your left, sweetie. Your brother is here." But she didn't. Her eyes closed again, her head falling to the side. The machines around her started beeping. "Emma!" Logan and I screamed. Logan moved and pushed past me, grabbing her face in his hands. "Emma, baby, no!" he screamed. "Come back!" I didn't even hear the doctor move. He was checking the monitors and screaming for the nurses to come into the room. I couldn't hear what he was saying. My eyes were on my sister. Her beautiful eyes were once again closed. The doctor's face came into my view. I could see him speaking to me, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I knew it must be important, so I tried to focus and listen. "Move so we can help her?" I heard him say. I blinked and focused harder. "Beta," he yelled. "Beta, you need to move. You and Alpha need to move so we can work." I snapped out of my daze and grabbed Logan's shoulders. I started pulling him away and he started trashing against my hold. He was growling loudly and canines flew out of his mouth. He turned around and dug his canines deep into my arm. I didn't even flinch. My focus was on Emma and Emma only. "Logan, they are helping her," I said firmly. "You need to calm down." He was breathing heavily. My blood was dripping down his chin. His eyes were completely black and focused on Emma. I kept my arms firmly around his shoulders and watched them work. They were rushing around, looking at the machines, poking Emma with different needles. Yeah. It felt like forever before the doctor finally turned to look at us. Logan's growls never quieted down. Her blood pressure dropped dangerously, the doctor said. "We managed to stabilize it, but she needs to rest. She is not going to wake up for a while. I am surprised that she woke up when she did. There is still so much wolfsbane in her." I swallowed down a sob and nodded. "Thank you, doctor." "Please, Beta, call me Ren," he said with a small smile, walking toward the door. "Call me if anything changes." I nodded and turned back to look at my sister. I still had my arms wrapped around Logan. He stopped growling, but his breathing still hadn't calmed down. He tapped my arms lightly, and I let him go. He walked over to Emma, taking her hand in his and placing a kiss on her forehead. Come back to me, baby," he mumbled, leaning his forehead on hers. I walked to the other side of her bed and sat down. I took her other hand in mine and started playing with her fingers. Logan looked at me and sighed. His eyes darted to my arm, and I saw him tense up. "Fuck," he mumbled. "Did I do that?" I nodded. "Don't worry, it's healed already." "Fuck, man, I am so sorry." He sighed, running his hand through his hair. "It's okay," I said. "I would probably do the same if you were holding me back." Logan looked back at Emma. "She thinks we hate her." I nodded, swallowing a huge lump in my throat. Logan kissed her hand and placed it on his cheek, leaning into her touch. I came closer to her, moving a strand of her hair from her face. I already missed her eyes. "I know you can hear me, love," I said to her. "You are not a rogue. I don't hate you. I could never hate you. You are the most important thing in my world. You are my pup. I love you and I will be here when you open your eyes again." Emma POV. This was the longest time I had spent in the dark. Or at least I thought it was. What did he do to me? Usually I would wake up by now. I couldn't hear Eliza, but I did hear my brother and Logan talking to me. They were telling me things I really wanted to hear, but I knew it couldn't be true. I knew that I was dreaming. They weren't looking for me. They thought that I was a rogue, and they moved on. Sienna was right. I was just a burden. They would finally be free when I die. I dreamt about Dr. Wren as well. I wondered why. I always liked him. We became good friends when I started volunteering at the hospital, but I really didn't understand why I dreamt of him. I remembered him talking to me, telling me something that I couldn't understand. I took the opportunity to tell him that I was not a rogue. I asked him to tell Andrew not to hate me. I was aware it was a dream, but it somehow made me feel better. I dreamt about Asher as well. Oh, goddess, how much I missed him. He was the best wolf there was. He was the best brother there was. I dreamed about touching his soft fur, and it was the most joyful dream I'd had in a long time. It hurt so much to know that Asher hated me. I just wished that I could tell him the truth. I wished that I could feel his body wrapped around mine just one more time. He always used to do that when I was cold. He would wrap himself around me to keep me warm. He would lick my face while I whined and protested. He would ignore my protests and grin at me playfully. I missed him a lot. I could hear Andrew's voice telling me that I was not a rogue. He told me that he would be next to me when I woke up. My mind was playing games with me. He won't be next to me. He was back home, planning a Luna ceremony for Sienna. When I woke up, Rolf would be with me. He would tell me how much my brother and my mate hated me. He would tell me that Sienna was a new Luna now. He would tell me that Logan marked her. He would finally be able to kill me. But why wasn't I waking up? I should have been awake by now, right? This time the darkness was different. Was I dead already? But if I was, why couldn't I see my parents? Why couldn't I move? Was this what death was? Was I going to spend eternity in the dark? What did I do to deserve this? Was I such a horrible person? I felt my heart breaking into a million tiny pieces. I thought that I was crying, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't feel my body. I couldn't move my arms or legs. I was trapped in the dark and I didn't think I would ever be able to leave. I would spend eternity here, thinking about all the things I'd done wrong. Like the time when I was 7 and hid in the treehouse. Mom and Dad were away on a trip with Alpha and Luna. Andrew was 14 at the time, and Mom and Dad thought he was old enough to leave us alone for a couple of days. I thought it would be fun to hide from him. He was so angry when he finally found me. I guess that was one of the reasons why I was here. I guess I earned myself a place in this darkness by sneaking out of the house with Amy and Jacob. I would lie to Andrew. I would pretend to be asleep and then leave through my bedroom window to hang out with Amy and Jacob at our hidden cave. I was here for each and every time I was angry at Andrew, He gave his life away to raise me. I should have been more grateful. I should never have been angry at him because he didn't believe me about Sienna. Did rejected wolves came here? I wasn't a good enough mate. I wasn't a good enough wolf. This was my punishment for that. I couldn't give Logan what he needed. He had to throw away the goddess gift because of me. I was surely being punished for that. It was my fault that he had to do it. If I was stronger, he wouldn't have to reject me. I was being punished for rejecting Jake. I hurt his feelings and I deserved this. He wanted to take me as a chosen mate, and I refused. He was hurt because of me. I was being punished for each and every time I put myself first. There were times I couldn't volunteer at the hospital because I had a training session or I had to study for exams. I shouldn't have done that. I should have gone to the hospital and help. How could I forget all the horrible things I said about Sienna? I called her a bitch numerous times. I talked badly about her. I tried to ruin her relationship with my brother and Logan. I shouldn't have done that. Ma, I'd done a lot more things that I deserved to be punished for. I ate snacks before dinner, even though I knew it was forbidden. I faked being sick a couple of times so I wouldn't have to go to school. I tried alcohol at a party once. I drove Andrew's car without a permit once. I kissed Logan even though he had already chosen Sienna as his mate. The list just went on and on. The more I thought about it, the more tears fell from my eyes. Or at last, that's what I thought. I still couldn't move or feel my body. I just felt like I was crying because my soul was being ripped to pieces. I was hoping to see my mom and dad once I died, but I guess that would not happen. I had a lot to pay for, and I would be trapped in the dark forever. I would be alone here forever. If I could find my voice, I would sob and scream, but like my body, my voice was gone too. Ends. Logan POV. It had been a few hours since Emma woke up and fell back asleep again. I was sitting on a chair next to her bed, holding her hand in mine, letting the sparks and tingles soothe me. Andrew was asleep with his head on her belly. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't keep my eyes away from her face, hoping that she would open her eyes again. I memorized everything about her. I memorized how her lashes were so long that they touched her cheek slightly, how her lips were full and perfectly shaped, how her cheeks were tinted pink and soft. I just needed her to open her eyes so that I could memorize them as well. I wanted to know each and every color and fleck her eyes held. Not that I didn't know already, but I wanted to be reminded. I wanted to see it again. I was playing with her fingers, and I must have zoned out because when I focused on her face again, there was something new, something that wasn't there before. Tears. My breath got caught in my throat and my heart tugged painfully in my chest. She was crying. My baby was crying. I moved so fast that the room was nothing but a blur. I held her face in my hands and wiped her tears away with my thumbs. "Emma, baby, wake up, please," I told her, my voice trembling. My movements woke up Andrew. He lifted his head and looked at me, confused. "She won't be waking up for a while, Logan," he mumbled. "You heard what the doctor said." "She is crying, Andrew," I said quietly, not moving my gaze from her face. I could feel Andrew tense up. He gasped, and he was up in a second. The tears were still falling down her cheeks faster than I could wipe them away. Whatever she was dreaming about was hurting her. Emma," Andrew called her. "Wake up, please." I caressed her cheeks with my thumbs, sending pleasurable shivers down my body. "Yeah, little one, please," Andrew spoke again. "Wake up. I am here. I will never leave you." He was squeezing her hand a little too tightly. I was afraid that he was going to hurt her. I tried to remove his grasp on her hand, but he growled at me. If he wasn't my best friend, I would have killed him for growling at his alpha. "You are hurting her, Andrew," I said angrily. He looked down and immediately let her hand go. "Fuck," he mumbled, taking her hand into his again. "I am sorry, Em." I looked back at her. Her tears still haven't stopped. My heart tugged painfully, and Leon let out a loud whimper. "Emma, baby, please wake up," I whined, placing a kiss on her forehead. "You are dreaming, baby." I looked at Andrew. He was distraught. His eyes were wide and filled with unshed tears. He was kissing Emma's hand repeatedly. His eyes never left her face. "Emma, please wake up," Andrew mumbled as he closed his eyes, placing her hand on his cheek. "You are dreaming, little one. You are safe. Please wake up." I looked back at her and gasped. Her eyebrows were scrunched together. She shut her eyes even tighter before trying to open them. "Emma!" I yelled, grabbing her face. Andrew opened his eyes and gasped. Emma finally managed to open her eyes. She was looking at me confused. My heart was beating impossibly fast, and I sobbed loudly. "Emma, baby, you are okay," I managed to say. "You are safe, baby. I am here. Andrew is here." She moved her gaze from me to Andrew. She furrowed her eyebrows and blinked a few times. "Little one?" Andrew called her by his nickname for her as he moved my hands away from her face. "I am here. You are safe." He cupped her cheeks and kissed the top of her head, breathing deeply. I heard the door open. Dr. Wren came inside. He was surprised when he saw Emma awake. He walked over to the bed and peeked over Andrew's shoulder. "Beta, can you move, please?" Wren asked. Andrew growled. I carefully pulled him back, grabbing his arms. "Andrew, he will help her," I said as calmly as I could. "I will let you back to her soon, okay?" Andrew let me pull him away. Emma's eyes never left him. He was breathing heavily. When I was sure he wouldn't run back to her, I let go of his arms. "Emma?" Wren called her. She turned her head to look at him, her eyebrows furrowing. "Hi, Emma." Wren smiled. "Do you know who I am? Do you know where you are?" She was looking at him, confused. Her eyes darted back to Andrew. "Do you know who he is?" Wren asked, looking at the machines around her. Emma nodded, not moving her gaze from Andrew. A quiet sob escaped him. "Can you talk, Emma?" Wren asked, looking back down at her. "Do you want some water?" She nodded again, not looking away from Andrew, who started shaking slightly. He was gulping constantly, and his fists were clenched. Wren picked up the glass, filled it with water, and slowly brought it up to Emma's lips. She moved her gaze away and looked down at the glass. "Take small sips, okay?" Wren instructed. She did what he said. When she finished drinking, she leaned her head back on the pillow. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Can you answer some questions for me, Emma?" Wren asked her. She nodded and opened her eyes to look at him. "Do you know who I am?" Wren asked her, smiling. "Yes," she said quietly. "Dr. Wren." Her voice sent shivers down my spine. Goddess, how much I missed hearing her voice. "Good, Emma." He smiled brightly. "You are doing great. Do you know where you are?" She furrowed her eyebrows and looked around the room. Her eyes stopped on Andrew and me. She shook her head. You are in the Pack Hospital, Emma, Ren said, looking at Andrew and me over his shoulder. I am not dead, Emma mumbled, looking back at Ren. Andrew and I growled loudly, making her snap her gaze back toward us. My heart was beating a mile a minute. Andrew was shaking uncontrollably. You are not dead, Emma, Ren said calmly, shifting her focus from us to him. You were asleep for a long time. I didn't expect you to wake up yet. She looked at the machine surrounding her. Ren smiled down at her, taking a seat on the chair next to her bed. I would tell you your vitals, but I know you can read them yourself by now. He smiled at her. She nodded, and I was confused. What did he mean by that? How did she know how to read those machines? I looked at Andrew, wanting an explanation from him. I tried mind-linking him, but he was blocking everyone out. His sole focus was on Emma. Do you know what happened to you, Emma? Ren asked her carefully. Her eyes widened with fear, and I didn't need the machine to tell me that her heart rate picked up. I could hear it clearly. Andrew POV. My heart clenched painfully when I saw the fear in her eyes. My legs moved on their own, and before I knew it, I was standing next to her bed, cupping her face. You are safe, Emma, I said, looking at her wide eyes. She can't hurt you anymore. The fear in her eyes turned to confusion. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why was she confused? You didn't believe her? She asked quietly as she removed my hands from her face. My heart broke when she rejected my touch. She hated me. My sister hated me. I gulped and blinked the tears away. I will let you talk, Ren said, making me look at him. I will be back later to do some tests. Call me if anything happens. I nodded and turned back to look at Emma. She was still looking at me, confused. I hesitatingly took her hand in mine. I was so fucking scared that she would pull away, but she didn't. I relaxed slightly. As soon as Ren left the room, Logan came to stand on the other side of her bed. She looked at him, furrowing her eyebrows. Hello, love, Logan said as he sat down in a chair next to her bed. I missed you so fucking much. He took her other hand in his and kissed it. She shivered at the touch. I am so sorry, Emma. I started talking. I am a terrible brother. You were telling me about her all along, and I never believed you. It is my fault that this happened to you. I buried my face in my hands, letting out a quiet sob. I really was a terrible brother. She almost died because I was stubborn. I felt Emma pulling on my hands, removing them from my face. I looked at her and saw tears in her eyes. It wasn't your fault, Andrew, she said, taking my hand in hers. Please don't blame yourself. I sobbed and pulled her to me carefully. I wrapped my arms around her small frame and buried my nose in her hair. I love you, Emma, I said. I love you so much. I will never let anything or anyone hurt you. You are my pup, and I will be the brother you deserve. I love you too, she mumbled into my chest. I reluctantly let her go. She looked up at me and gave me a little smile. Her cheeks were wet from crying, so I used my thumbs to gently wipe them. Naomi. I looked at Logan. He was staring at Emma with love and adoration. Baby, he said quietly, making Emma look at him. I am sorry, Emma, he continued. I am an idiot. I never should have rejected you. You are the strongest person I know. I am lucky to have you as my mate and Luna. I hope you can forgive me and accept me. She looked down and pulled her hand out of his. I could see the pain flaring in his eyes. "I will need some time, Logan," she mumbled quietly. He gulped and clenched his fists. "Of course, baby, I understand. I just want you to know that I won't give up. I am going to prove to you how much I love you." She looked up at him. "Thank you for giving me time." "Anything you need, baby?" He smiled and grabbed her hand. She nodded at him and looked at me. "Can I be alone for a little while?" My heart clenched painfully. Logan growled. "Why?" I asked quietly. "I don't think it's a good idea." "I need to think," she mumbled, "and I will be okay." I was reluctant to leave her alone. Something could happen. Her blood pressure could drop again. Her fever could come back again. What if somebody entered the room and took her away from me again? The Rogue King was still out there. Did he know about her already? "I don't know, Emma," I said after a few moments of silence. "Something could happen." "Please, Andrew," she said. "Nothing will happen. I will be okay." I looked at Logan, and I could see that he was dead set against it. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was tense. "Fine," I huffed. Logan's eyes snapped toward me. "Are you insane?" "Maybe," I sighed. "But I will come back, Emma. I will take a quick shower and I will eat something. I will be back in 30 minutes tops." Emma nodded immediately. Logan growled. I looked at him and motioned for him to follow me. "I am not leaving her," he growled at me. "Logan, please," Emma said quietly. "I need some time alone. Go with Andrew. Take a shower, eat something. I will be okay." He looked at her and growled again. He was battling with himself. He wanted to give Emma some space, but his mate instinct was to stay with her. His jaw kept twitching, and he was clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly. "Logan, come on," I said. "She will be okay and we will be back soon." He looked at me and nodded stiffly. 30 minutes and we are back." "Yes," I nodded. "Not a minute longer." "Thank you," Emma said as she laid back down on the bed. Logan and I started to walk toward the door. We were both very reluctant to leave her alone. I kept glancing back at her, and my heart was beating a mile a minute. What if I was making a mistake? What if something happened? I grabbed the doorknob with a shaky hand. I opened the door and took one last look at Emma. She smiled at me. I tried to smile back at her, but my face was stuck. I was too worried to give her even a fake smile. I closed the door behind us and took a deep breath. Logan sat down on the chair in the hallway. He placed his head in his hands and groaned. She hates me," he mumbled, his voice breaking. "She doesn't hate you, Logan," I said, sitting down next to him. "She needs time. It is understandable. You did a stupid thing, and I would be surprised if she had forgiven you immediately." He raised his head and looked at me. "You are right, but my heart is breaking, man." "She will come around, man," I smiled. "You are her mate. She just needs time." Logan nodded and looked back down at his lap. "I am not moving from here. I hope you know that." I chuckled. "I wasn't planning on leaving here. Don't worry." "I want to go back inside," he mumbled, looking at the door to her room. "Me too," I sighed. "But we said 30 minutes. We will go back in 30 minutes." Logan sighed and leaned his head on the wall. I kept my gaze on the door. My whole life was inside that room. There was no fucking way I was moving an inch from here. Emma POV. What the hell was going on? Was I really awake? Was this really happening? This couldn't be real, right? I was imagining it. Yes, I was still dreaming or I was dead, and my mind created this world where I was safe with my brother, because it didn't make any sense for all of this to be true. Why would my brother believe me all of a sudden? Why would Logan accept me now? It wasn't like I'd gotten any stronger. On the contrary, actually, I was even weaker now. I'd lost weight and my whole body was in pain. I couldn't feel Eliza. I was useless. But why was I imagining myself in a hospital and not at home in my bed? That would have definitely been better. I was staring at the door, barely breathing. What do I do? Could I go outside? Could I even move? I really wanted to find my parents. Would I be able to see them here? I should, right? If my mind created this place, I should be able to see my mom and dad. But before I could move, the door to my room opened and Dr. Wren walked inside. His smile disappeared from his face as soon as he saw me. He hurried toward my bed and looked at the machines surrounding me. He was looking at them for a while before checking my IVs. He finally looked down at me. "What's wrong, Emma?" he asked, sitting down on the chair next to my bed. "You looked like you were going to pass out when I walked inside." Could I tell him? Could I ask him about my parents? If I imagined him and created this place in my mind, he would be able to help me, right? I was staring at him, nibbling on my bottom lip, trying to decide if I should say something. Would he think that I was crazy? "Emma?" he called me, taking my hand in his. Could I started talking, stopping to take a deep breath. Could I see my parents? The doctor's eyes widened and he was staring at me, speechless. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why was he staring at me like that? Did he not know them? "Emma, honey." The doctor spoke after a few minutes of silence. "Your parents are gone. They died in a rogue attack about 8 years ago." I felt tears dripping down my cheeks. I really thought that I would be able to see them here. A quiet sob escaped me and I buried my head in my hands. I heard the door to my room open and 2 sets of footsteps ran toward me. "Emma," I heard Andrew's panicked voice. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into his lap. I buried my face in his chest while he rubbed my back soothingly. Logan's hand rested on my thigh, sending shivers up and down my body. "What happened, baby?" Logan asked, his voice trembling. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I pressed myself closer to my brother. His arms around me tightened and he kept kissing the top of my head. "Wren?" I heard Logan's voice. "What the hell happened?" Dr. Wren cleared his throat before answering. She asked if she could see her parents. I felt Andrew tense under me. I could hear his heartbeat quicken. "Emma, baby, you don't remember what happened?" Logan asked me, rubbing my thigh gently. "I remember," I said quietly. "I just thought I would be able to see them here." I could feel Andrew taking a deep breath. I couldn't see his face. I kept my head buried in his chest. "Where do you think you are, Emma?" I heard Dr. Wren's voice after a few minutes of silence. "I don't know," I shrugged. "But I know that I am dead." The gasps and growls that followed startled me. I flinched and looked up. Logan was furious. Andrew had tears in his eyes. Dr. Wren was looking at me worriedly. Andrew placed a finger under my chin, turning my head so I could look at him. "You are not dead, Emma," Andrew said quietly, cupping my cheeks. "You are alive and you are home." I furrowed my eyebrows. How the hell was that possible? Sienna's story was very believable. I did insult her. I never liked her. Logan and Andrew had to believe her. Andrew had to believe that I'd become a rogue. There was no way he would look for me. He hated rogues, and he would hate me if I became one. Why would he look for me? Why would he save me? Why would you think that you are dead, baby? Logan asked me, his voice breaking. Because you saved me. I mumbled so quietly I would be surprised if they heard me. Judging by the growling that followed, they did hear me. Andrew started shaking underneath me. Logan started running his hands through his hair, pulling on it forcefully. Dr. Wren looked down at his lap, sighing quietly. Why wouldn't we save you, Emma? Andrew asked me, his voice trembling. I looked at him confused. Why would you? Sienna told me that I was a burden. She told you that I'd become a rogue. You hate rogues. Why would you look for me? Why would you save me? It doesn't make sense. Logan's growl was so loud I had to cover my ears. Andrew pulled me to his chest and wrapped his arms around me tightly. He was sobbing and mumbling something that I couldn't understand. I will kill her, Logan growled loudly. I will rip her to pieces. My eyes widened. Was he talking about Sienna? Andrew cupped my cheeks and raised my head so I could look at him. He had tears streaming down his face, and it broke my heart. Emma, we know she lied, he said, his voice trembling. We know what she did to you. We know the truth, and she will be punished. Logan reached out for me, but Andrew stopped him from moving me. Logan sighed and wrapped his arms around my upper body. You are alive, baby, Logan said, burying his nose in my neck. You are safe. She can't hurt you anymore. My whole body shivered from the tingles and sparks created by the mate bond. Every pain in my body disappeared. I felt calm and peaceful in his arms. But I couldn't let myself feel that way. He rejected me. He didn't want me. I pulled back and he let go of me. My body burned in pain as soon as his skin left mine. I love you, Emma, Andrew said, pulling me back into his arms. Even if you did become a rogue, I would never stop looking for you. I could never hate you. I leaned my head on his chest and closed my eyes. I was exhausted. Andrew POV. My heart was pounding like crazy. It felt like it was going to jump out of my body any second. She actually thought she was dead. She didn't think it was possible for us to search for her. She thought we hated her. I looked down at my pup and tightened my hold on her. I felt her relax into my embrace. Sleep, little one, I mumbled as I kissed the top of her head. I love you. I leaned back on the headboard and placed Emma on my chest. I rubbed small circles on her back, hoping it would put her to sleep. It always worked when she was little. But I would like to give her something to help her sleep, and another dose of antibiotics, Wren said. She still has wolfsbane in her body, and the infection isn't gone yet. She needs rest. She will be less confused when she wakes up. I nodded, not moving my gaze from my sister. I could feel her even breaths on my chest, indicating that she had fallen asleep. I looked up at Logan. He was staring at Emma. I could see pain and anger clearly written on his face. His fists were clenched tightly, and his nostrils were flaring. I am going to kill her, he growled. I will rip her to fucking pieces. I covered Emma's other ear, the one that wasn't pressed up against my chest. I was afraid his growls would wake her up. Logan, I said sternly, you will wake her up. His eyes snapped toward Emma and softened immediately. He unclenched his fists and took her hand in his. "I am so sorry, baby," he mumbled quietly. I looked down at her, and she looked so peaceful. I wish she would always be this way. I wish I could take away all the pain. I wish I was the one Sienna hurt. My Emma should never have gone through that. "Alpha, Beta, you can leave for a while," Ren told us. "I gave her something to help her sleep, so she won't be waking up for a few hours." "I am not leaving her." Logan and I both growled at the same time. "I know it's hard," Ren sighed, "but it will do you good. Go take a shower, eat something, change your clothes. She will never know that you left." I glanced at Logan. He was staring at Emma, kissing her hand repeatedly. "I wouldn't mind visiting Sienna," I mumbled quietly as I kissed the top of Emma's head. Logan looked at me and smirked. "That sounds a lot better than showering." Dr. Wren looked up from the chart he was reading. "You will still have to shower before coming back." "Of course, Wren." Logan looked up at him. "We will have to take a shower after we are done." Wren smirked and looked back down at the chart. "Throw a couple of punches for me." "Will she be safe here?" I asked nervously. "I am afraid to leave her alone." "Don't worry, Beta." Wren looked up at me and smiled. "She is safe here." "I mind-linked 4 of our best men," Logan said. "2 of them will be stationed in front of her door and the other 2 at the entrance to the Pack Hospital." I nodded and looked back down at Emma. She was sleeping peacefully. I will be right back, little one," I mumbled and ran my hand through her hair. Logan kissed her hand again and stood up. I lifted Emma carefully and placed her down on the bed. I covered her up and kissed her forehead. I turned to Logan. "Let's go. If something happens, link us immediately." Logan said to Ren. "Don't worry, Alpha." Ren nodded as he followed us out of the room. "She will be okay, but if anything changes, you and Beta will be the first to know." Logan and I nodded and hurried out of the hospital. The members of our pack kept looking at us worriedly. I am sure that everybody knew what happened with Emma. However, nobody dared ask us a question. I am sure that the pissed-off look on our faces stopped them from talking to us. The first person we saw once we arrived at the pack house was Drake. "How is she?" he asked, hurrying toward us. "Not now, Drake," Logan growled. "We are here to see Sienna." Logan continued walking toward the entrance to the cellars. Drake looked at me. "Is she okay?" I sighed. "She will be. She is sleeping." I wasn't in the mood to talk. I was in the mood to beat the shit out of Sienna. Drake and I followed Logan. He opened the door to the cellars so forcefully that he broke the hinges. "Fix it," I ordered the guard who was standing at the entrance, looking at us with wide eyes. He gulped and nodded. I ran after Logan, who was standing in front of the door to the interrogation room. He was digging through his pockets, searching for the key to the room. The guard standing in front of the door eyed him nervously. "Did anyone enter the room?" I asked him. "No, Beta." The guard shook his head. "Alpha ordered us not to." I nodded and looked at Logan. He found the key and he was unlocking the door. The smell inside the room was awful. I could smell dried blood and urine. It almost made me throw up. Sienna was tied to the chair with her head on the table. When she heard the door open, she looked up at us. Her eyes were puffy and red. Her hair was a mess and there was dried blood smeared all over her face. I smirked. It was a very pretty sight to see. "Is the bitch dead?" she asked, smirking up at us. I growled, and Logan chuckled darkly. He walked to her slowly, bending down to look her in the eyes. "Aye, she is alive and safe," he said slowly. "Your plan failed." Sienna's eyes widened and a growl escaped her. She looked frantically from Logan to me, trying to see if we were lying to her. "No," she screamed. "You are lying." "We are telling you the truth," I said, faking calmness. "She is back home where she belongs, and we are here to start the first of many torture sessions you will have to endure before I let you die." Logan chuckled darkly. "We are going to have so much fun." Sienna's breathing picked up. She kept glancing from Logan to me. I could see fear in her eyes, and it only made me happier. "You can't do that," she yelled. "I am your friend. I am your chosen mate, Logan." "Are you shitting me right now, Sienna?" Logan chuckled darkly. "I couldn't have been more wrong when I chose you over Emma. I was a complete idiot. But I'm about to make up for that, starting with torturing the shit out of you." Sienna's fearful eyes snapped at me. "Andrew, please help me. I am your best friend. We grew up together. Think about all the happy memories we have together." I laughed aloud. "You took away all of those memories the moment you decided to hurt my sister." Sienna gulped loudly, and a satisfying smirk spread across my face. I was ready to enjoy her screams for the next couple of hours. Logan POV. I'd never been more relieved in my life than the moment I left the interrogation room drenched in Sienna's blood. Her screams were music to my ears. Her tears made me the happiest I'd ever been. I really was a sick motherfucker, but I would be whatever the fuck I needed to be to avenge my mate. "You need to give her some food and water if you want to keep her alive," Drake said as he closed the door to the room. I pulled the key out of my pocket and locked the door. "Give her something to eat and drink," I said, turning to the guard. "If she refuses, shove a tube down her fucking throat." I turned around, not waiting for the guard's response. Are you going back to the hospital?" Drake asked. "As soon as we take a shower," Andrew answered. My friend was a sick son of a bitch. He enjoyed torturing Sienna even more than I did. The way he carved words into her skin was brutal to watch. He was smiling the entire time. If I didn't know him like I did, I would be terrified of him in that moment. He looked feral. There wasn't a place on his body that wasn't covered in blood. Her blood even got into his mouth, making it look like he bit her. It was crazy to watch. But it made me happy because I knew that he would do absolutely anything for my mate. I knew that she would always be protected by him, and that is the most important thing. "I need to talk to both of you before you leave," Drake said. "No," Andrew growled. "I'm going back as soon as I can." "It's important, Andrew," Drake sighed. "It's about the Rogue King." I clenched my fists and growled. "What about him?" "Does he know about her?" Andrew asked frantically. "Shower, and then we will meet in Logan's office," Drake said, walking away from us. "Drake!" Andrew yelled after him. Drake ignored him and continued walking. "Fuck!" Andrew screamed and ran his hand through his hair. "Andrew is okay," I said, trying to sound calm. "Go take a shower and meet me in my office." "Okay?" he screamed. "It's not fucking okay, Logan. She is in danger. Somebody is trying to take her away from me again." I grabbed his shoulders and looked him in the eyes. He was freaking out. "Nobody is taking her away, Andrew," I said. His eyes darkened. Asher came to the surface and growled. "Nobody is taking your pup away, Asher," I told him. "She is safe. We won't let anyone hurt her ever again." His eyes flickered back to blue. I let go of his shoulders and Andrew sighed. How the hell did this happen?" he mumbled. "Just a few days ago she was okay. She was a young she-wolf with not a worry in the world. Now she has been kidnapped and she has a psychotic fucker after her." "She did have a worry." I sighed. "Sienna has been torturing her for goddess knows how long." Andrew growled and looked back toward the cellar doors. "We've done enough damage for today, Andrew," I said, placing my hand on his shoulder and guiding him away. "If we continue, she could die, and we can't have her die just yet." "I know," Andrew sighed. "Go take a shower and meet me in my office," I said. Andrew nodded and walked toward one of the guest rooms. "Ren?" I mind-linked the doctor as I was walking toward my room. "Yes, Alpha?" He responded immediately. "Is Emma okay?" I asked. "She is still sleeping, Alpha," he said. "Everything is okay." "Thank you." I linked him back. "Andrew and I will be there soon." "Okay," Ren said. "I will see you soon, Alpha." I jumped into a shower and washed that bitch Sienna's blood off of me. Showering felt so good, and I wished I could stay longer, but the need for my mate made me get out and get dressed as fast as I could. I just couldn't wait to see her. I needed to hold her. I needed to feel her body right next to mine. I needed to feel her lips on mine. I needed to taste her again. I wondered what it would feel like when I would finally be inside her. I wondered what my name would sound like coming from her lips while she orgasms all over me. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. My dick was rock hard. Fuck. I didn't need this right now. I adjusted myself in my pants with a groan. She was the only woman who could do this to me. I didn't even have to see her to get fucking hard and ready. I ran my hand through my hair and walked to my office. Andrew and Drake were already inside. Andrew was sitting in one of the chairs, bouncing his left leg up and down nervously. Drake was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. They both looked up at me when I entered. "Talk," I said coldly, and I walked over to my chair and sat down, glaring at Drake. "He better hurry the fuck up. My mate was waiting for me. Aha! I think that the Rogue King suspects that the White Wolf is in your pack," Drake said, looking at me with a serious expression on his face. "Uh-huh." He walked to the other chair in front of my desk and sat down. "Fuck," Andrew mumbled, grabbing a fistful of his hair. "Why do you think that?" I asked. He has been attacking your pack more frequently than the others," Drake said. "I've called other alphas, and they say that he has been laying off of them for the last couple of days." "Son of a bitch," I growled. "How the fuck does he know? Who the hell saw her wolf?" "Your mom, Amy, Jacob, and I were there on her birthday." Andrew sighed. "But we went for a run in the woods. Anyone in our pack could have seen her." "What about Jacob?" I asked, jealousy burning in my veins. "Could he be a traitor?" "No," Andrew said, shaking his head. "He loves her too much." I growled loudly. "She is mine." "I never said she was his, Logan." Andrew sighed tiredly. "I'm just saying that he loves her. You know that already." I took a deep breath and ran my hand through my hair. "I know. I'm sorry. Either you have a traitor in your pack, or the Rogue King has some other source," Drake said. "What other source?" Andrew asked, turning his head to look at Drake. Perhaps the dark witch who told him about the White Wolf found out something more. Drake shrugged. We can worry about the way he found out another day, I said. I think the bigger issue right now is what are we going to do? Emma can't shift, Andrew said immediately. She has to keep Eliza hidden. Your borders are protected extremely well, Drake said. Your patrol is handling the attacks without major problems. That is why your mom didn't even need to inform you about the attacks while you were with Emma. We need to be ready for a bigger attack, I mumbled. If he knows that she is here, he is going to bring an army. We need to prepare. I have to talk to Emma, Andrew said. She has to know the truth. I don't think we should tell her. I sighed, my heart clenching in pain just thinking about how scared she would be. I am not lying to her, Logan, Andrew growled. We are already on thin ice with her. How do you think she will react when she finds out we knew and didn't tell her? You ready to say goodbye to your mate and watch her walk away with Jacob or Drake? I was up on my feet, growling in a second. I slammed my fist on the table. How fucking dare he? She was mine. Andrew POV. Logan's eyes changed color. They were pitch black. But I couldn't give a fuck. I wasn't lying to my sister again. I wasn't going to risk losing her. Not again. How dare you? Logan screamed. I'm your alpha. Right now you are a man who wants to lie to my sister. I gritted my teeth. Right now you are a man who wants my sister, and I don't give a flying fuck about you being an alpha. Logan growled, and Drake shot me a warning look. Andrew, calm down, Drake said. You don't want to go there. I knew that what I said was dangerous. I was shooting at an alpha's ego, and I could end up getting hurt. But, like I said, I didn't give a fuck. My sister meant more to me than 1,000 alphas combined. He wasn't lying to her. He wasn't making me go through the fear of losing her again. Logan was shooting daggers at me, growling. His canines flew out of his mouth and fur started growing on his chest. Take it back, he growled, emphasizing each word. Take what back? I growled back at him. She is mine, Logan yelled, slamming his fist down on the table again. She is not walking away from me with anyone, especially not with that fucker Jacob. I smirked. He didn't even hear me say that I didn't give a shit about him being an alpha. He was still stuck on what I'd said about Emma leaving him. I was probably wrong, but I swear I could hear Drake chuckle. I guessed that my sister was more important to Logan than his alpha status. Well, it looked like somebody finally pulled their head out of their ass. Of course, she was more important. She was more important than anything else in this world. Andrew, take it back, Logan growled again. I'm not taking it back until you agree to tell her, I growled back. You know that I'm right. You know that you could lose her if you decide to lie to her. Logan's jaw twitched. His eyes flickered. I knew that he was discussing what I'd said with Leon. I knew that his wolf was sometimes smarter than Logan. I just hoped that Leon agreed with me and that he would manage to convince Logan. Leon does agree with us, I heard Asher say, and we are always smarter than the two of you. Not true, I said to him. True, he growled. Look at what happened with Sienna. Leon and I knew that she was a bitch. I ignored him. It was a touchy subject for me. My own wolf made a better judgment call than I did. What did that say about me as a brother, beta, and a man? I let my childhood friend make a fool of me, and my sister almost died because of that. I was a terrible brother, a terrible beta, and a complete wimp of a man. Fine, Logan grunted as he buried his head in his hands, snapping me out of my thoughts. We will tell her. You made the right choice, Logan, Drake said. Andrew is right. Keeping this from her isn't right. She would be pissed. You would love that, wouldn't you? Logan growled and looked at Drake. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to jump in and take her. Drake smirked. I'm not going to lie to you, Logan. I would give everything to have her. She is beautiful and kind. But she isn't my true mate. She is yours, and I won't stand between the two of you. But that being said, if you screw up again and she needs a new mate, I would be more than happy to make her mine. Logan growled and claws came flying from his hands. Drake didn't even flinch. Relax, Logan, Drake said. I'm not a threat. Your biggest problem right now is that handsome young warrior of yours. Jacob, is it? Goddess Drake, shut up, I mumbled. He is going to tear the whole house down. I wasn't far off. Logan looked murderous. He was probably thinking about the ways he could get rid of Jacob without breaking any pack laws. Logan, I called him, and his black eyes snapped at me. Drake is messing with you. Jacob is not a threat. Please calm down. He is a threat, Logan growled, his voice mixed with Leon's. We will kill him. You see what you did? I glanced at Drake before returning my gaze to Logan. You can't kill him, Leon. You know that. Calm down, please. Nobody is taking your mate away from you, okay? Logan let out a growl so loud and powerful that I could feel the house vibrating. I tried staying calm. I needed to be alert if he decided to go on a murderous rampage. Right now, he looked like a coiled spring ready to go off at any moment. Not long after Logan's terrifying growl, his mom barged into his office. What happened? She asked, frantic. Is it Emma? No, Emma is okay, I said with a small smile. Logan and Drake had a disagreement. Aunt Gloria looked at Logan with a worried expression on her face. Are you okay, honey? Fine. Logan gritted his teeth. Logan continued talking, but I ignored him because Ren mind-linked me. Beta Andrew, he said. Emma is awake and asking for you. My body tensed up. She was awake and I wasn't there. Fuck. I'll be right there. I mind-linked him back. I jumped up and ran toward the door. Andrew. Logan's voice stopped me. What's wrong? Emma is awake, I said, opening the door. She asked for me. Logan stood up immediately and wanted to follow me, but his mom stopped him. Logan, honey, can you stay for a while? She asked him. There are some pack matters we need to discuss. Emma is awake, Logan growled lowly. I'm going to see my mate. Logan, honey, please, his mom said. It won't take long. I know you want to go to her, but you are the alpha, and your pack needs you as well. Logan clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I could tell that he was struggling. It's okay, Logan, I said. I will stay with her. She won't be alone. Come back when you and your mom finish. Logan stared at me. I could see the pain in his eyes. A few moments later, he reluctantly nodded and walked back to his seat. Tell her I will come back soon. Logan mumbled, his voice broken. I will. I nodded and closed the door behind me. I raced down the stairs and through the doors of the pack house. A few minutes later, I was rushing into the hospital and toward my sister's room. Emma Povey. I woke up feeling terrible. My whole body was in pain and my brain felt like it went through a blender. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up being sure I was dead, and Andrew and Logan convincing me that I was alive. I believe them now because there was no way I would be dead and in so much pain, right? I groaned and opened my eyes. Emma, I heard someone say. How are you feeling? I turned my head and saw Dr. Wren standing next to my bed, checking the machines around me. Like I've been hit by a train, I mumbled. Understandable, Dr. Wren said. I'm going to give you something to help you with the pain. I nodded and looked around the room. Where was my brother? Where was Logan? My breathing picked up and I felt fear crawling up my spine. Emma? Dr. Wren called me. What's wrong, sweetie? Where is my brother? I asked, my voice trembling. He went home to shower and change his clothes, he said, taking my hand in his. I will tell him you woke up. He will be here in a few minutes. I nodded and tried to calm my breathing. He would be here soon. Maybe Logan would come as well. Maybe he would be willing to hold me. He helped with the pain. Nothing hurt when I was in his arms. Suddenly, a pang of guilt hit me so hard I almost gasped. How could I expect help from him when I was the one who told him to give me some time? He probably wouldn't even come. I was being incredibly selfish right now. I would deal with the pain myself. Would you be okay to talk when your brother comes, Emma? Dr. Wren's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. About what happened? I asked, feeling very nervous. The doctor nodded. I would like to update you on your health status, tell you what has been going on while you were asleep, and I would like to ask you some questions. Okay. I nodded, fidgeting with my fingers. Would you like to talk to me alone? Dr. Wren asked me. Your brother doesn't have to be here. I suggested it because I thought it would be easier for you with him here. I took a moment to think about what Dr. Wren said. Did I want my brother here? I knew that it would be easier for me if he was with me. He made me feel safe. But that one word that Sienna said kept ringing in the back of my mind. Burden. Named? I didn't want to be a burden. Maybe he didn't want to hear what Dr. Wren has to say about my health. Maybe he didn't even want to come. He probably had pack business. Oh, goddess, I shouldn't have told Dr. Wren to call him. Emma? Dr. Wren called my name just as the door to the room opened. Andrew ran inside. His eyes widened when he saw my panicked face. He ran toward me and pulled me into a hug. What's wrong, Em? He asked, panicked. I'm here, love. I'm so sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. I went home to change my clothes. I thought I would be back before you woke up. I'm so sorry. I tried to calm my breathing, but it was hard. Everything Sienna said was repeating in my mind, and I couldn't make it stop. Emma, love, what's wrong? Andrew asked, cupping my face. Come on, deep breaths, Em. You can do it. Do what I do. Come on. I tried to breathe like Andrew did. It was hard in the beginning, but I managed to calm down and copy what he was doing. The thoughts didn't disappear, though. Hey, it's okay, little one. Andrew said softly after I managed to calm down. You are okay. He sat next to me on the bed and pulled me into his arms. What happened, Wren? Andrew asked the doctor. I asked her if she wanted to talk to me about her injuries alone or if she wanted you to be here. Wren explained. Of course I'm going to be here, Andrew said, looking down at me. Is there a reason why I shouldn't be here, Em? Because I was a burden. No, I said quietly. Okay, Andrew said and looked back up at Dr. Wren. But I'm pretty sure that Logan will want to hear everything too. Can we wait until he gets here? Of course, Beta. The doctor nodded. Is that okay with you, Emma? I nodded. Okay, Dr. Wren said. I will come back when Alpha gets here. Andrew nodded, and I gave him a small smile. He smiled back at me and left the room. Do you want to tell me why you panicked when Ren asked if you wanted me in the room when he would tell you about your injuries? Andrew asked as soon as the door behind Dr. Ren closed. I don't know, I mumbled. Yes, you do, Em, Andrew said as he sat up. He looked at me and took my hands in his. Does it have something to do with what Sienna told you? No, I lied. Andrew frowned. I know when you are lying, Emma. I raised you. I sighed and looked away. I just can't get it out of my head, Andrew. The things she said. Were lies, Andrew interrupted me. I know what she said to you. All the crap about you being a burden and me not living the life I wanted, all of that was a lie. She did it to hurt you. She did it because she was sick, Emma. How do you know what she said to me? I asked, confused. Logan used Alpha Command on her, Andrew explained. She had no choice but to tell us everything. I nodded and Andrew cupped my face. I know I made a huge mistake when I didn't believe you about her. There is no excuse for that. I was an idiot and I didn't want to believe that my friend would do something like that. I assumed that as a beta, I couldn't make a mistake in selecting the people I trusted. But I was wrong. I was very wrong, and I need to work on that. But, Emma, everything she said was a lie. You are not a burden. I am so lucky to have such an amazing person in my life. I am so proud of you and everything that you are. It has been my honor to watch you grow up, and it has been an even bigger honor to take care of you for the past 8 years. Do you know why, love? I shook my head. Tears were streaming down my face, and Andrew had to wipe them away constantly. Because I can show off with you, Andrew said, smiling. I can point to you and say, I made that. People will be jealous of me, and I will be the most proud big brother on this whole damn planet. I laughed through my tears, and Andrew smiled at me, kissing my forehead. No, but seriously, Emma. Andrew continued, I love you so much. You are the most important thing in the world to me. I wouldn't trade one moment with you for any damn party or whatever Sienna said I missed out on because of you. I didn't miss out on anything, not a single fucking thing, okay? Language. I scolded him playfully, just like he did when I cursed. Sorry, he grinned. I chuckled and sighed. Andrew kept rubbing my cheeks with his thumbs. I placed my hands over his and looked at him. I believe everything you said, I said quietly. I love you so much, and I'm so lucky to have you in my life. I want you to know that what she did wasn't your fault. She was a really good actress. She did everything perfectly. I know, because I saw both sides of her. And I'm sure that when I wasn't around, she really was a friend to you. She did love you in her own twisted kind of way. I'm sure she didn't fake that, Andrew. But I will need some time to put everything she did and said behind me. It's hard, you know. I don't know how long I was away, but all that time I kept replaying her words. That rogue kept telling me the same thing over and over again. A big part of me knows it's not true, but there is still that small voice that keeps reminding me of what they said. The voice will go away, but it will take me some time. I know, love, Andrew said, pulling me into his chest. I will be here every step of the way, proving to you how wrong their words were. I love you, Em. I love you too, I said, and relaxed into my brother's embrace. Emma POV. For the next 45 minutes, Andrew and I talked and laughed. The pain in my body lessened after Dr. Wren gave me something for it, but it still hurt. What I really needed was my mate, but I couldn't ask for him. The door to my room burst open and Logan ran inside. My skin tingled at the sight of him. He was wearing black sweatpants and a tight black t-shirt that looked a size too small thanks to all of his muscles. His hair was messy, and his beard only made him look hotter. Normally, he would shave. I wondered why he let his beard grow. My lower belly tingled, and if I could feel Eliza, I knew that she would be drooling. "Hey baby, I'm so sorry I'm late," Logan said as he hurried toward me. "My mom wanted to talk to me about the pack." Logan grabbed my hand in his and sat down on the chair next to my bed. The pain in my body almost disappeared with his touch. I furrowed my eyebrows. "What about the pack?" "She's been in charge for the last few days, so she wanted to get me up to speed with everything that's been happening." Logan explained. In charge? Why was she in charge? Where was Logan? Andrew saw my confused face and gave me a small smile. "Logan was here with you the whole time," Andrew said. "And Gloria took care of the pack." My eyes widened as I looked at Logan. "You were here?" "Of course, baby," Logan said, placing a kiss on the back of my hand. "You are mine. I'll always be right next to you." His words made my body react in a really interesting way. My heart swelled with happiness, but my belly twisted with anxiety. Did he really want me? Why? What changed? Could I trust him? I really wanted to trust him, but I was afraid. What if I got hurt again? He was probably only doing this out of fear. When I would get out of this hospital, he was going to realize that I was still that small, weak she-wolf he rejected not long ago. He still would want me to be his mate and Luna. He was still going to replace me. I looked down at my lap, trying so hard not to lose control of my breathing. I felt panic gripping at my chest, and I didn't want them to see me like that. "Okay," Andrew mumbled after I stayed silent. "I mind-linked Ren. He wants to talk to us about her condition. He will be here in a minute." I fidgeted with the blanket. Logan rubbed small circles on the back of my hand, sending tingles and shivers down my body. Andrew twirled the strand of my hair around his fingers. The silence in the room was maddening. Thankfully, a few minutes later, Dr. Wren came inside the room. "How is the pain, Emma?" he asked me as he closed the door. "Pain?" Logan growled, his eyes darting between Dr. Wren and me. "She was in pain when she woke up, so I gave her something for it," the doctor explained. "Why didn't you tell me?" Logan frowned and stood up. "Sir," I furrowed my eyebrows at him. "What was he doing?" He motioned for Andrew to move from my bed. Andrew stood up with a sigh and sat down on the chair. Logan squeezed himself on the bed, wrapping me into his arms. The pain was gone completely. My body relaxed and I could focus on something else rather than pain. Logan's scent calmed me down, and I was ready to go back to sleep. Logan nuzzled his nose into my neck, placing a small kiss behind my ear. Sparks erupted all over my body, and I heard Logan sigh contently. Your scent is coming back," he said. "I missed it so much." I furrowed my eyebrows. What was he talking about? "Yes, Wolfsbane is finally flushing out of her system." The doctor smiled. Dr. Wren sat down on the chair and gave me a small smile. "Shall we start?" I nodded and smiled back at him. Andrew grabbed my hand and leaned closer to me. Logan kissed the top of my head, wrapping his arms around me even tighter. "Okay, Emma." Dr. Wren smiled. "I will tell you everything we did since you've been found. After I'm done, I will ask you some questions, okay? If you need to stop at any time, just tell me. I don't want to overwhelm you." I nodded. You've been gone for 4 days. The doctor continued. You were found a few days ago in an underground cave in the woods. You were brought in by Logan and Andrew. When you came in, you had a couple of broken ribs, cuts and bruises all over your body, and there was a high amount of wolfsbane in your system. Some of the cuts were very deep. You couldn't heal because of the wolfsbane, and you lost a lot of blood, so we had to do a blood transfusion. We stitched up your wounds, Andrew donated his blood, and we managed to stabilize you. I looked at my brother. You donated your blood to me? Of course, love, he said, kissing my hand. Thank you, I said, pulling away from Logan and hugging my brother. There is nothing to thank me for, he said as he placed a kiss on the top of my head. I would give you my heart if you needed it. I chuckled. Whom would I annoy then? You are right, he said and let me go. I have to be with you so you can annoy me. I would be jealous if you found someone else to annoy. Logan pulled me back into his arms, and I smiled at my brother. He winked at me and took my hand back in his. I'm sorry, doctor, I said. Continue, please. It's okay, he smiled at me. After we managed to stabilize you, we put you in this room and monitored your vitals. Unfortunately, you got a fever, and we found out that you have an infection. It is probably caused by the dirt on the cave floor. You've been lying there with open wounds. We've given you the antibiotics and we've been monitoring you. It looks good so far. You have to continue taking the antibiotics and the infection should be completely gone in a couple of days. I nodded. Is that all? Dr. Wren glanced at Andrew and Logan before looking back at me. I felt Logan tense. Andrew let out a quiet growl. We did another exam while you were unconscious. Dr. Wren said slowly. We wanted to wait until you woke up, but that would have been a big risk. What exam? I asked breathlessly. Was there something wrong with me? A rape kit, the doctor said. I gasped and tightened my grip on Andrew's hand. Oh, goddess, did he do it? My breathing picked up and my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. Hey, baby, it's okay, Logan said, placing his hand on my cheek and turning my head so I could look at him. He didn't do it, baby. I gulped, trying to keep the tears from falling. Really? Really, baby, Logan said quietly, leaning his forehead on mine. You are okay. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, letting my mate's scent calm me down. I knew that I shouldn't let myself be around Logan this much. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to accept him. I was sure he would leave me again, and I knew I would suffer greatly once that happened. But I decided to deal with it then. I needed him right now, no matter how hard I tried to fight it. Are you okay, little one? Andrew asked. I turned my head and looked at him. I nodded and gave him a small smile. He caressed my cheek with his thumb, and I leaned my head into his palm. What do you remember, Emma? Dr. Wren asked. Did he do something else we should know about? I looked at Dr. Wren and took a deep breath. Andrew and Logan tensed up. What should I tell them? I didn't really remember much. He could have done all sorts of things to me while I was asleep. Logan POV. Emma tensed up in my arms, and I looked down at her worriedly. Did something happen? Did he do something to her? I would rip him apart. I would put him back together and rip him apart again. I don't remember much, Emma said quietly. I was asleep most of the time. Okay, Wren nodded. What did he do when you were awake? Talk mostly, she sighed. About what? Andrew asked her. About Sienna, Logan, and you, she said quietly. I tightened my grip around her. What did the bastard tell her? What about us, baby? I asked as I nuzzled my nose into her neck. Her scent was coming back slowly. I could smell a little bit of strawberry on her skin. It was enough to drive me mad. She fit perfectly in my arms. I never wanted to let her go. I wanted to taste her lips again, cover every inch of her skin with my mouth, and find out what it was like to be inside of her. Shit, Logan, stop thinking about that. My dick was rock hard, but thankfully she wasn't sitting on my lap, so she couldn't feel it. Mate is perfect. Leon sighed. Shut up, I growled at him. I need to calm down, and you are not helping. I ran my nose up and down her neck, and I felt her shiver. It made me smile. Goddess, I loved her. Why did I reject her? It was the stupidest thing I'd ever done, or will ever do, in my life. How could I have thought that she was weak? How could I have thought that she was anything less than perfect for me? She was mine, and I would never let her go. He talked about how you moved on with your lives, Emma said, looking down at her lap. He kept telling me that you weren't looking for me. The last thing he said was that you were preparing for Sienna's Luna ceremony. Andrew and I growled loudly. Oh, he was going to pay. He was going to suffer. I couldn't wait to get my hands on him. You know that that's not true, right? Andrew asked, taking her hands in his. We've never stopped looking for you. I would never stop looking for you. Even if you were a rogue, I wouldn't give a fuck. You are my sister, my pup, and I would look for you always. I know, Andrew, she said. I'm glad you found me. Oh, little one, I couldn't be happier. Andrew smiled. I will never let anything like that happen to you again. Yep, I mumbled. Nobody is taking you away from me ever again. You are mine, Emma. She stiffened, and I immediately cursed myself. Why did I say that? I mean, it was the truth. But as much as it killed me because I wanted her now, I promised to give her time. Okay. Ren broke the uncomfortable silence. Just one more question, and I will let you rest. Emma nodded. Okay. We know he didn't rape you, but did he ever touch you inappropriately? Ren asked. Andrew and I growled loudly. My heart started beating painfully. Andrew and I did catch him with his hands under her hoodie. Did he do more? I would cut off his hands. Slowly and painfully. I would pump him full of wolfsbane, and I would take my sweet time. I would burn them in front of him. No. Emma shook her head. At least not when I was awake. I don't know if he did when I was unconscious. Andrew growled. I will kill him. I'm okay, Andrew, Emma said with a small smile. I will still kill him. Andrew grunted. Not before we have our fun with him, I said, running my hand through Emma's hair. I don't need to know about that, Emma said, frowning. I'm sorry, baby. I chuckled quietly. Ren smiled at us and stood up. Doctor? Emma called him. Yes, Emma? He smiled at her as he checked the machines around her. Could my friends come visit me? She asked him. My heart started beating impossibly fast. She wanted to see Jacob. No. No fucking way. He wasn't getting near her. No. I was on the verge of ordering Ren to tell her that they couldn't come when Andrew grabbed my arm. Logan, no. He mind-linked me. No what? I growled. Don't order him anything. Andrew growled back. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, frowning. Yes, you do. Andrew growled again. I know you, Logan. Stay out of it. He is her friend. If you forbid her from seeing him, she will only resent you. I can't let him in here, I said, desperate. He will convince her to choose him. He wants her, Andrew. She wouldn't do that, Logan. Andrew sighed. She will forgive you. Give her time, and don't do anything that would hurt her. And forbidding her from seeing her friend will hurt her. While Andrew and I talked, Ren was checking her chart and thinking. He didn't answer her immediately. That had to be a good sign, right? He wouldn't let them in. Can you feel Eliza yet, Emma? Ren asked her instead of answering her. No, she said sadly. Ren nodded. Yes, well, you still have wolfsbane in your blood. Eliza won't be back until wolfsbane leaves your body. I'm afraid that the infection won't clear until then as well. So I wouldn't risk your health by bringing them in just yet. They can visit in a few days. I almost jumped with happiness. I wanted to stand up and kiss Ren. Thank you, goddess. I wouldn't have to die with jealousy for another few days. You can talk on the phone with them until then. Ren continued with a smile, and my anger came back. Emma smiled. Okay, thank you, doctor. It's Ren, Emma. Come on, he said, smiling. We have been working together for a long time now. You can call me by my name. Working together? What? Working together? I voiced my question, my eyebrows furrowing. Emma has been a volunteer in the Pack Hospital for 2 years now, Ren said proudly. Really? I asked, surprised. Yes, Ren smiled. She is amazing. She will make a great Luna. I was so proud, so damn proud of my girl. How the hell did I not know about this? I am so proud of you, baby, I said, wrapping my arms around her and kissing her cheek. She blushed and smiled. Thank you. Okay, Ren said. I will leave you now. Emma, you need to sleep and rest, okay? Let me know as soon as you feel Eliza coming back. I will give you another dose of antibiotic and the nurse will bring you something to eat. Okay? Emma nodded with a small smile. Ren smiled at us and walked out of the room. I nuzzled my nose into her neck and ran my fingers through her hair. Her scent, her body, her presence calmed me down instantly. Emma POV. I was finally back in my room. It's been a week since they found me. My infection was gone and the wolfsbane filtered out of my system. I could hear and feel Eliza again. I was so happy when I heard her voice for the first time. I missed her terribly. I missed you too, Emma, Eliza said. I smiled, enjoying the sound of her voice in my head. I told you Andrew and Logan would find us, she said proudly. You did. I chuckled. Wait. I sat up abruptly. She did? How? I had wolfsbane in my system. I couldn't talk to her for days. How could I talk to her in the cave? We are special, Emma, Eliza said quietly. I pushed through the barrier to talk to you. But when I felt Andrew and Logan taking you home, I retreated. I needed to rest. Pushing through the wolfsbane barrier is hard. But how could you even do that, Eliza? I asked, confused. Wolves can't do that. We can, Eliza chuckled. How? I asked, even more confused than before. Eliza laughed and retreated back into my mind, ending our conversation. I frowned. Why didn't she answer me? What did she mean by that? Emma? I heard Andrew yelling my name. Yes, I yelled back. Lunch, he yelled again. I stood up with a huff. I wasn't really hungry, but I knew Andrew would make me eat. He's been unbearable in the hospital. I couldn't skip one meal. I walked into the kitchen, and my eyes immediately went to the spot where Rolf knocked me out. It was the first time I came in here since it happened, and it made my stomach twist painfully. It all came back to me like a tide wave. Rolf's touches, Sienna's words, my helpless pleas. It felt like it was happening again. Emma? I heard Andrew's voice calling me, but I couldn't look up at him. My eyes were fixed on the spot where Sienna made me kneel. It was getting hard to breathe. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. My palms started sweating. A cold shiver ran through my body. "Shit," I heard Andrew mumble. I still couldn't look up. A moment later, the spot on the floor was covered by Andrew's body when he came to stand in front of me. He gently cupped my face and lifted my head so I would look at him. He had a worried expression on his face as he looked me up and down. "Em?" he called me again. "Do you want to eat in the dining room?" I nodded, taking a deep breath. "Okay, love," Andrew said as he kissed my forehead. "Go sit down. I will bring our plates." I nodded again, turned around and walked out of the kitchen. I had this awful feeling that Rolf was just behind me and that he was going to grab me at any second. I hurried toward the dining room and sat down. A few moments later, I heard Andrew walking inside. He placed my plate in front of me and sat down. He made lasagna, my favorite. I gave him a grateful smile and picked up the fork. I wasn't really hungry, especially after what happened in the kitchen, but I knew I had to eat. Andrew wouldn't let me go back to my room until I ate enough. Sadly, his enough wasn't the same as my enough. "Are you okay, love?" Andrew asked as we started to eat. "I'm fine," I said and gave him a small smile. "I'm sorry about what happened." Andrew stopped eating and took my hand in his. "Don't apologize," he said sternly. "You have nothing to apologize for." I nodded and looked back down at my plate. Andrew picked his fork back up and continued eating. We ate in silence before we heard the back door open and the familiar scent of my mate filled my nostrils. My skin tingled and my lower belly heated. "Andrew?" I heard his deep voice call out to my brother. That definitely didn't help the desire welling up inside of me. It was torture, really. My body wanted to forgive him. My body craved my mate's touch. But my mind screamed at me not to give in. He rejected me. He didn't want me. "Dining room," Andrew yelled back. Logan entered a few moments later, and I could feel his heated gaze on me, making the burn inside my belly worsen. "Hi, baby." Logan smiled and walked over to me. He kissed the top of my head and sat down next to me. Sparks flew across my skin, and I had to stop a moan from escaping my lips. "Why are you eating here?" Logan asked, looking at Andrew. "Oh." Andrew and I never ate in the dining room. It was too big and it just didn't make sense. Also, it reminded us of our parents. But I had a feeling we would be eating here from now on. At least I would. Emma was uncomfortable in the kitchen, Andrew answered, glancing at me. Logan growled quietly and placed a hand on my back, rubbing small circles. "Are you okay, baby?" he asked me, leaning in and breathing my scent in. "I'm fine," I mumbled, not looking up at him. Logan kissed my shoulder and sat back up. "I wanted to talk to you about something." Logan said to Andrew. "Talk," Andrew said, taking a sip of his beer. "I want you and Emma to move into the pack house." Logan said, "I want her closer to me." My heartbeat quickened and my body tensed up. No. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to leave. This was my home. Also, it would be so much harder to ignore the mate bond if Logan was close to me all the time. I felt Logan and Andrew's eyes on me, and I looked up. I don't want to move, I said quietly, looking at Andrew. He glanced at Logan before looking back at me. Why, Emma? This is our home, I said. I don't want to leave. Maybe it would be a good thing, baby, Logan said, running a hand through my hair. I don't want you to be scared in your own home. It will get better, I said, looking at him. I don't want to leave. Logan looked at me worriedly before glancing at Andrew. I could tell that they were mind-linking each other, and it made me feel uncomfortable. Okay, love, Andrew finally spoke. We won't go. But I will move in, Logan finished, making me gasp. My eyes widened and my heartbeat quickened. He was moving in? Why? I didn't want him to. It would be hard to stay away from him if he was here all the time. I just wanted to go back to normal, back to when I wasn't Logan's mate. I wanted to be a normal she-wolf, living with my brother and hanging out with Jacob and Amy after training. I wanted to enjoy being 18 and getting to know my wolf. I wanted to sneak out of the house and go to our cave. I wanted to go to parties. I just wanted to be normal. I didn't want to be broken and in pain. I didn't want to have a panic attack every time I entered my own kitchen. I didn't want to be supervised by my brother and my mate all the time. Baby? Logan's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Why? I asked, my voice trembling. Why are you moving in? I don't want to be away from you, Logan said sternly. I want to be here and make sure that you are safe. I wanted to scream and tell him that I wasn't his responsibility. He rejected me. He didn't want me. He didn't have to be the one to keep me safe. But I couldn't. I could only stare at him, speechless. Are you okay, Emma? Andrew asked, placing his hand on my back. I nodded and placed my fork down. I'm done eating. Can I go to my room? Okay, Em. Andrew smiled. When are Amy and Jacob coming? Logan growled and his eyes darkened. Why is he coming here? Enough, Logan, Andrew said sternly. We've talked about this. Logan placed his hand on my waist and pulled me closer. He buried his head in my neck, taking a deep breath. I felt him relax slightly, but his grip on me was still tight. I'm sorry, baby, he mumbled. I don't like to see him close to you. I remained silent, waiting for him to let me go. I didn't really want him to. His touch sent pleasant shivers up and down my body. The only thing I could think about was his hands on me. I never wanted to leave. But the voice inside my head screamed at me. He didn't want me. He would never want me. He would change his mind once he remembered how weak I was. He would reject me again. I couldn't let him do that. I couldn't let him hurt me like that again. Logan POV. I was pissed as fuck. In just a few short minutes, that little mutt would be sitting on this couch. He would be looking at my mate like she belonged to him. He would laugh with her, and he would touch her. He thought that she would choose him. He thought that he would take her away from me. She is mine. Leon growled so loudly that even I flinched. I'm going to kill him. Leon continued. He won't touch her. He won't have her. I won't allow it. If you fuck up, Logan, I will stick my claws up your ass. I won't fuck up. I sighed. Not again. I will not lose her. She belongs to me. She is mine, and mine only. I'm glad we are finally on the same page, Leon growled. Too bad you didn't listen to me when we found out she was our mate. There wouldn't be other men after her right now. Shut the fuck up, I growled back. I blocked him and took a deep breath. His words only fueled my anger and my jealousy. I knew that he was right. If I accepted her, like I should have, there wouldn't be a Jacob or a Drake now. Sienna would have never been able to take her from me. She would be marked, mated, and mine. Nobody would have taken her away from me. Maybe you should leave, Logan. Andrew sighed. My eyes snapped to him. Are you insane? Andrew ran his hand through his hair and sighed again. You are too tense. Your alpha aura in the room is suffocating. I'm not leaving my mate alone with another male who wants her. I growled, clenching my fists so hard that it hurt. She won't be alone, he said. I will be here the whole time, and Amy is coming as well. My nostrils flared and my anger kept rising. I said no. Fine, Andrew said, raising his hands in surrender. But try to calm down a bit. I gave him an angry glare and tried to listen to him. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I heard Emma walking downstairs, and her intoxicating scent calmed me down instantly. I turned around to look at her. She was beautiful. She was wearing leggings and a hoodie. Her hair was lifted in a messy bun. She looked so fucking amazing that I almost grabbed her and made her mine. Her scent was driving me crazy. Is everything okay? She asked when she reached the bottom of the steps. She could feel my alpha aura in the air. Of course, love. Andrew smiled at her. Don't worry. She opened her mouth to speak, but she was interrupted with a knock on the door. Fuck. My blood boiled, and he wasn't even inside. Emma walked to the front door and opened it. Amy jumped on her, squealing loudly. Emmy, she yelled. I'm so glad you're okay. I missed you so much. Emma chuckled and hugged her back. I missed you too, Amy. Are you okay? Amy asked her as she let her go and looked up and down her body. I'm fine. Emma smiled. My heart skipped a million fucking beats. I wanted to kiss her. Amy moved away, and the fucker walked inside. Nah. He was looking at my mate like she was his whole world. I clenched my fists, and I had to hold back from killing him. Hello, beautiful, Jacob said as he pulled Emma to him, kissing her cheek. Yes, I saw fucking red. I growled loudly and jumped up. Logan, Andrew shouted, grabbing my arm. Emma and Amy looked at me with wide eyes. The fucker smirked. Neru. Alpha, Jacob said smugly. Keep your fucking hands off of my mate, I growled. I was letting Andrew hold me back. If I wanted to, I could rip out of his hold and kill the fucker before anyone could blink. But I couldn't. Because of Emma. She would never forgive me if I hurt him. Emma stepped away from Jacob and he frowned. Alpha, Beta? Amy nodded, breaking the tense silence. I'm sorry. I was so happy to see Emma that I didn't notice you there. It's okay, Amy, I said as I sat back down. How are you, Amy? Andrew asked her, giving her a small smile. I have no idea what she said. My sole focus was on Jacob and the way he was looking at my mate. Emma closed the door behind Jacob and motioned for him to sit down. Would you like something to drink? Emma asked her guests. Coffee would be nice. Amy smiled at her. Emma nodded and smiled. Jake? Sure, beautiful. the fucker said, smiling at her like she was the sole reason for his existence. I hated the nickname. Only I got to call her that. She was mine. Her beauty was mine. And sit down, Em. Andrew stood up and kissed the top of her head. Hang out with your friends. I will get the coffee. Thank you. She smiled at him and sat down on the couch next to me. I was so glad the fucker sat on an armchair. The only empty space was the one next to me. I reached out, placing my hand on her lower back. Touching her calmed me down. She stiffened and glanced at me. How are you, Emma? Jacob asked her, leaning his elbows on his knees. I'm fine, Jake. She smiled, looking back at him. Are you sure? Amy asked, looking at her suspiciously. I'm sure. Emma nodded. My ribs are still sore, but it's nothing compared to how it was a few days ago. I am so sorry, Emma. Jacob sighed. I should have done something. I should have talked to your brother. I knew what she did to you before the kidnapping. I should have done something. Stop it, Jake, Emma said. It's not your fault. You wanted to talk to Andrew. I was the one who stopped you. Well, even if I did talk to him, it wouldn't have done much good, Jacob said, sending me an angry glare. I growled loudly. The pup had some balls. I was his alpha. What is that supposed to mean? I growled. Logan? Emma called me before the fucker could answer. Can I talk to you in private? I nodded, glaring at the fucker. Emma and I stood up, and I followed her to the backyard. Can you please stop fighting with Jake? Emma asked as soon as we stepped outside. She turned to look at me and crossed her arms over her chest. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. It's hard, Emma. I know, she sighed. But please, just try, okay? I looked at her, and all of my strength burned up in flames in a second. I couldn't hold back anymore. I needed her more than my next breath. I closed the distance between us in 2 long steps. I cupped her face with my hands and lowered my lips to hers. Sparks, tingles, the whole fucking fireworks. Her mouth on mine felt perfect. Her scent consumed my senses completely. Her taste was the best thing I've ever had. My whole body buzzed with need. Her skin was like fire under my touch. The sweet moan that escaped her made my dick so fucking hard that it hurt. I groaned, placing a hand on the back of her neck and pulling her closer. One of her hands gripped my shirt, and the other went to my hair, pulling on the strands, making my knees buckle. I almost fell down. Fucking shit, she was addicting. Our mouths moved perfectly together. I never wanted to stop kissing her. Yeah. The need to mark right then and there was overwhelming. Leon's possessive howls didn't help one bit. I pushed him back earlier, but he broke through my barrier as soon as he felt our mate in my arms. Emma broke the kiss, panting heavily and staring at my chest. I nuzzled my nose into her hair. I love you, baby. She looked up at me, but stayed silent. I didn't expect her to say it back. I had a long road of forgiveness ahead of me before I could hear those words come out of her sweet, addicting mouth. But I needed her to know. She was my whole word. She came before everything else in my life. I lived and breathed for her. We should go back inside, Emma said quietly. I nodded, bending my head and placing a small kiss on her neck. She shivered, and I smiled. Let's go, baby, I said, as I took her hand in mine and pulled her back into the house. That's Emma POV. I messed up. I should have never let him kiss me. Now I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop thinking about his lips on mine, his hands on my body, and his scent all around me. I messed up pretty bad. I was lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I was painfully aware of him sleeping in the room opposite mine. He's already moved in. Every part of my body wanted to run to him. I wanted to feel his hands on me. I wanted to feel his lips on my neck. I wanted to sink my canines into his neck, marking him and letting everybody know that he was mine. But the voice inside my head kept screaming at me. I felt like I was tied up to my own bed, unable to do what my body craved to do. And I knew that the voice was right. Logan didn't want me. He would soon realize that I was still the same small, weak she-wolf he rejected. Only this rejection would hurt so much more. It would probably kill me. I was already battling with the memories from the cave. I had a hard time stopping Rolf's words from constantly repeating in my mind. I could still smell that awful smell of wolfsbane mixed with my own blood. I could still see the orange hue that fire created on the cave walls. I could still feel the cold floor of the cave on every part of my body. My body was out, but my brain was still trapped inside that cave. And I wasn't sure I was ever going to get out. If I added the pain of his rejection on top of all that, I didn't know if I would be strong enough to keep on going. Especially now that I got a taste of him, now that I knew what it felt like to have his hands on my body. I groaned and closed my eyes. This was going to be so hard. It would be so much easier if he stayed in the pack house. I wouldn't have to see him all the time. I wouldn't have to feel him close to me. I wouldn't be surrounded by his scent all the time. I opened my eyes and sighed. "Eliza?" I called my wolf. "Yes, Emma?" she responded sleepily. "Are you up for a run?" I asked, hoping she would say yes. I really needed to get out of here just for a little while. His scent was driving me crazy. I was seconds away from running to him. "Run?" Eliza asked, and I could feel her getting excited. I hadn't shifted since my birthday. I knew Eliza wanted to be set free again. "Yes," I responded. "I need to get out of here for a while." She understood immediately. "Let's go, Em." I got out of bed quietly and walked to my closet. I pulled a hoodie over my pajamas and put on a pair of sweats. I put on socks and sneakers and walked over to my window, opening it as quietly as I could. Wah. I knew that I couldn't go out through the front door. I would wake up Andrew and Logan, and they wouldn't be happy with me wanting to go for a run in the middle of the night. Maybe they wouldn't forbid me to go, but they would surely want to come with me, and that would mess up my plans of getting away from Logan for a little while. I climbed out of my window carefully and jumped off the roof. I landed in soft snow. I stayed crunched down for a few moments, waiting to see if Logan or Andrew woke up. When I couldn't hear anything, I stood up and walked to the tree line. I removed my clothes and folded them in a pile under the tree. I was shivering and I couldn't wait to shift. "Ready, Em?" Eliza asked me. "Yes," I said with a small smile. I closed my eyes and let Eliza take over. It wasn't as painful as the first time, but it wasn't comfortable either. "I'm sorry, Emma," Eliza said. "We haven't shifted in a while. It will get easier." "It's okay." I smiled and opened my eyes. Well, my wolf's eyes. I looked down and saw my white paws. The combination of snow and moonlight made me look like I was glowing. I grinned and took off. I was running through the woods, feeling the cold air brush through my fur. The feeling was amazing. The fresh air helped me clear my mind. Now that I was away from Logan and his scent, I could think clearly. I couldn't let him kiss me again. I couldn't let him touch me again. Not until I had time to think about everything. Not until I had time to decide what to do. "Are you going to reject him?" Eliza whined after listening to my thoughts. "I don't know." I sighed. "He doesn't want me, Eliza." "He does," she exclaimed. "Leon wants us. Logan wants us. Logan regrets rejecting us, Emma. He loves us. He is going to remember why he rejected me in the first place," I said. "Nothing's changed. I'm still the same girl he didn't want. I won't be able to survive the next rejection, Eliza. It will kill me." "How are we going to live in this pack with him close?" She whined again. "We would still want him. It would be torture." I was thinking of leaving for a while. I shrugged. Visit other packs, travel, get some new experiences. Eliza gasped. "What about Andrew and Asher? I don't want to leave my brother, Emma." "We would come back, Eliza." I sighed. "We wouldn't leave forever." Before she could respond, I heard the panicked voices of Andrew and Logan in my mind. "Emma," they screamed at the same time. I got so scared I stopped abruptly, tripped over my own feet, and landed snout first into the snow. "Shit. Where are you?" I could hear Logan's panicked voice. "Come back right now," Andrew shouted. I stood up and shook the snow off of my fur. "What's wrong? I mind-linked them back. I'm close by. I just wanted to go for a run. I'm fine." "Come back, Emma," Andrew said. "Right now, it's not safe." Not safe? What was he talking about? I looked around. I wasn't even close to the border, and I was completely alone. Did the rogues attack somewhere else? Not safe? I asked them as I turned around to run back to my house. Is it the rogues? Just come back right now, baby, please. Logan's scared voice filled my mind. Eliza purred at the sound of his voice, and I sighed. Convincing her that leaving him was the best option for us would be hard. After about 15 minutes, I came back home. Logan and Andrew were pacing nervously around the tree where I left my clothes. They were wearing sweats only, making me wonder how the hell they weren't freezing their asses off right now. I could see the perfection of Logan's body. The muscles on his arms were huge. His stomach looked hard and soft at the same time. The V-line going into his sweats made me want to drool. He was perfect. I wanted to touch him. I wanted everybody to know that he was mine. But I knew that would never be true. He would never be mine. As soon as they heard me approach, they snapped their heads toward me. "Oh, thank fuck," Andrew mumbled, picking up my clothes from the ground. Logan gasped. It was the first time he saw Eliza. He walked up to me, running his hand through my fur. Eliza purred, making me frown. Even in my wolf form, Logan was taller than me. He cupped my wolf head into his large hands and placed a kiss on my snout. "You are beautiful, baby," he mumbled. Let her shift, Logan," Andrew said as he tried to remove the snow from my clothes. Logan stepped away and turned around. Andrew placed the clothes in front of me, turning around as well. I shifted back and put my wet clothes on. "What happened?" I asked as soon as I was done. Logan and Andrew turned around and wrapped their arms around me. "You are okay," Andrew mumbled, making me confused. Why wouldn't I be okay? They let me go and started pulling me inside the house. "Fo, you need to change into some dry clothes," Logan said as he opened the back door. "When you are done, come back downstairs. We need to talk, love." Andrew finished, placing a kiss on the top of my head. Logan POV. When one of my patrol guards mind-linked Andrew and me and told us that he saw a white wolf running through the forest, my heart almost gave out. I kept picturing someone taking her away from me again. I was so afraid she would disappear again. Andrew was a wreck. He almost destroyed the whole house when we found her empty bed. We had no choice. We had to tell her the truth. Emma came back downstairs, wearing a dry pair of sweatpants and a simple, long-sleeved black shirt. She looked amazing. She would look amazing wearing a trash bag, as far as I was concerned. She sat down on the armchair opposite us and raised her eyebrow. "Will you tell me what's wrong?" she asked, looking at Andrew. "I know I shouldn't have gone away in the middle of the night without telling you first, but it was just a short run. I was nowhere near the border." "Why were you out in the middle of the night in the first place?" Andrew sighed. "I couldn't sleep." She shrugged. "Goddess, I wanted to kiss her so bad." Andrew ran a hand through his hair and leaned his elbows on his knees. "You are right," he said quietly. "You shouldn't have gone outside in the middle of the night without telling me, but it's not about the run, Emma. It's about your safety." "My safety?" she asked, confused. "Sienna and Rolf are locked up, aren't they?" Andrew and I growled when she said their names. Yes, they were locked up, and they would never leave. The only way out was death, and neither Andrew nor I were willing to give them that any time soon. They had a lot to pay for. Every time Emma got scared or had a flashback, the list of their debts increased. They were going to be in my cellar for a very long time. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Emma started panicking when we didn't respond right away. "Oh, Goddess, did they escape?" she said, her eyes widening. Her breaths were getting short and fast, and her eyes kept glancing from me to Andrew. "No, baby, don't worry," I said, trying to stay calm. "They are locked up." She visibly relaxed before getting confused again. "Why am I in danger then?" "Do you remember the day Alpha Drake came to visit our pack?" Andrew asked her. Emma nodded and gulped. It was the day before Sienna kidnapped her. "Well, he didn't just come for dinner," Andrew continued. "He came to give us information he got about the Rogue King and the attacks on our packs." Emma furrowed her eyebrows. "Okay." "Drake managed to capture one of the rogue wolves who attacked his pack," I continued. "He managed to get information out of him. We noticed that the Rogue King attacked only the packs whose alphas were mateless, but we didn't know why. Drake managed to get the rogue to tell us the reason." "What is the reason?" Emma asked. I glanced at Andrew, who gave me a small nod. "The Rogue King believes that one of us has a very powerful mate," I said slowly. "She is supposed to be the greatest Luna that ever existed. She is a true Luna. The Rogue King wants her for himself. He wants to mark her and mate with her because he believes she will give him powerful offspring. His plan is to use her and take over the packs." Talking about another man wanting to mark my mate made me want to throw up. I could barely finish speaking. The need to grab her and never let go only grew as I continued talking. Just the thought of her with someone else made my blood boil and my body burn. Emma furrowed her eyebrows. "What does that have to do with me?" "Drake asked the rogue he captured about that she-wolf," Andrew continued. "He wanted to know how the Rogue King would know who that she-wolf is." Andrew stopped to take a deep breath. My heart started beating painfully fast. "What did the rogue say?" Emma asked quietly. "The rogue said they were told to look for a pure white wolf," Andrew said slowly. Emma froze. She was staring at Andrew without moving a muscle. I wanted to take her into my arms and tell her that he would never touch her. I wanted to tell her she was safe with me. I would never let anyone or anything hurt her again. "Emma?" Andrew called her after a few minutes of complete silence. "I am a pure white wolf," she mumbled, not moving her gaze from Andrew. "Yes." He nodded slowly. "You are the true Luna, love, which is why it is not safe for you to shift and show your wolf to anyone. He still doesn't know about you, and we need to make sure it stays like that," I continued, making her look at me. "You can't shift and go on a run, baby. You can't tell anyone about this, not until we deal with him." Well, he suspected that she was in this pack, but he didn't know for sure, and he wouldn't get a chance to confirm it. I would deal with him before he did. She was staring at me with an unreadable expression on her face. I wasn't even sure she heard me. What was she thinking about? "Emma, baby, did you hear what I said?" I asked carefully, leaning toward her and placing my elbows on my knees. I wanted to hold her, but I knew that she needed a little space right now. I didn't want to push her, especially now when I was on thin ice with her. I saw tears forming in her eyes. She tried to take a breath, but it was interrupted when a sob escaped her. Andrew and I were on our feet in a second. We wanted to go to her, but she stopped us when she raised her hands. She looked at me, and the tears fell on her cheek. My heart was breaking in a million pieces. Seeing her cry felt like I was being stabbed repeatedly. "What's wrong, baby?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Are you scared? Please don't be scared. He will never touch you. He will never breathe near you. I will never let anything happen to you again, baby." "Is that why you suddenly changed your mind about me?" she asked quietly. "Is that why you suddenly accepted me? Now that I'm supposedly powerful, I am good enough to be your mate and Luna?" I felt like someone poured a bucket of ice water all over me. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. I was an idiot. Of course she would think that. How did I not see this coming? Oh, goddess, what should I do? "I am going to fucking kill you, Logan," Leon screamed, clawing to be set free. I ignored him and pushed him to the back of my mind. Andrew took a step toward her, but she stopped him. "Don't come near me, Andrew," she said. "How long have you known?" Andrew looked like she stabbed him. His own pup telling him to stay away from her was hurting him. "From the day Sienna took you," Andrew said, his voice laced with pain. "We had a meeting with Drake in the interrogation room that morning." I still couldn't move. I was frozen. I wanted to hold her, but I knew she wouldn't let me. "Is that why you searched for me?" she asked, sobbing. "I was worth something to you because you found out that I am powerful?" My heart broke in half. "Goddess Emma, no," Andrew said, stepping toward her. She tried to step back, but he grabbed her and pinned her against his chest. "You are my sister," he said, tears falling down his face. "I searched for you because I love you. I searched for you because I can't live without you. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you are the true Luna and absolutely everything to do with the fact that you are my whole life." She stopped fighting him, but she didn't hug him back. I could hear her sobbing, and it made me move. My instinct to protect my mate worked its magic, and I was next to her in a second. I placed my arm on her back, and she froze. I tried to ignore it. "Emma, baby, I love you," I said quietly. "I was an idiot when I rejected you, and I realized that even before I found out about you being the true Luna, I would want you either way, baby." She stopped crying and lifted her head from Andrew's chest. She looked at me with those blue eyes I adored. "I need some time alone," she said quietly, taking a step back from me and Andrew. Andrew tried to grab her arm, but she didn't let him. "Please, Andrew," she said. "I need to think." She turned around, not waiting for us to respond. She ran upstairs, and we heard her shut and lock her bedroom door. "Fuck," Andrew said, sitting back down and burying his face into his hands. I clenched my fists. I was ready to burn the world down. Emma POV. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was angry. I was hurt. I was terrified. I didn't know when or how, but I found myself kneeling on my bathroom floor trying to empty my stomach into the toilet. My whole body was shaking, and I wasn't sure if it was because of anger or how scared I was. He was after me. He wanted me. He was going to take me. Nobody could help me. Nobody could save me. Suddenly, I wished I was back in that cave with Rolf. At least he planned on killing me. At least my suffering would have been short. The Rogue King wanted to mark me. He wanted to make me his. He wanted me to give birth to his children. He wanted to use me. But why me? There was nothing special about me. I wasn't powerful. There was nothing special about me. A panicked sob escaped my lips. Oh, goddess, what do I do? I couldn't let him take me. I had to do something. I had to run. I had to hide. My heart was beating so fast that I thought it was going to break my ribcage and jump out of my body. I couldn't stop shaking. Andrew and Logan will never let him hurt us. Eliza whined, making the pain in my heart increase tenfold. Are you kidding me? I growled at her. Logan only changed his mind once he found out that I was powerful. He didn't want me before that, Eliza. I don't want his help. I don't need his help. He wanted you. Leon told me everything, she cried out. He always did, Emma. Please, talk to him. Let him explain. There is nothing to explain, I said angrily. He will never touch me again. I will never be his. Eliza whined loudly, and I blocked her. I couldn't handle her pain. My own was more than enough. I sat down on the cold floor with my head between my knees. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I could only sob and feel the pain in my heart. I should have known something happened. Logan loved his pack more than anything. He would never change his mind without a good reason. I guessed that me supposedly being a powerful Luna was a good enough reason. Well, of course it was. It would help him with his pack. I was nothing to him but a means to an end. I just wanted to be loved for who I was. I wanted to be loved because I was Emma, not because I was the true Luna. And the only one who's ever loved me just because I was Emma was Jake. He never cared if I was small or weak. He trained me not to make me stronger for his benefit, but to help me defend myself better. He did it for me, and he didn't expect anything back. He loved me even when he found out I was not his mate. I just wished that I could love him back the same way. I wished that he was my mate. Maybe he could be. Maybe I wasn't the true Luna. Maybe I wasn't even pure white. I probably had other colors on my fur, but they were well hidden and we didn't notice them. If I could prove that I wasn't a pure white wolf, Logan would surely reject me again. I would be free to accept Jake as my chosen mate. I would be free. I would live a peaceful, happy life with a mate who loves me. I could feel Eliza's pain increasing. I could hear her muffled whine. I forced her even further back into my mind. I couldn't deal with her pain right now. She would get used to it. She would have to accept my decision. With that newfound hope, I pushed myself off of the floor and stood up. I decided to go to Amy, shift, and make her examine every part of my body. There had to be different colors on my body. I couldn't be the true Luna. I was nothing special. I checked the time and saw it was 6 a.m. Amy would have to get up a little earlier today. I put my sneakers on, tied my hair into a ponytail, and grabbed my jacket. I left my room and walked downstairs. I could hear Logan and Andrew's voices. They were still in the living room. Their heads snapped toward me as soon as they heard me coming. "Where are you going?" Andrew asked, standing up abruptly. "To see Amy," I said coldly. I was mad at him. He knew what Logan was doing to me, and he said nothing. He should have warned me to not trust Logan. He should have said something. But I guessed that he kept quiet because I was supposed to be powerful and it would be beneficial to his pack. He was using me just like Logan was. My heart was breaking, but I had to accept the truth. "Why?" Logan asked. "You can't tell her, Emma. It's not safe." My anger rose. I clenched my fists and took a deep breath. "I can and I will," I growled. "She is my best friend. She is the only one I can trust right now." "That's not true, Emma," Andrew said, shaking his head. "You can trust us." "It's a little late for that, Andrew," I said, turning around and walking toward the door. Two arms wrapped around me, picking me up and sending tingles down my body. "Let me go," I shouted, trying to wiggle my way out of his arms. "No," Logan growled in my ear. "You are not leaving this house until you talk to us." He sat down on the couch, placing me on his lap and locking his arms around me. I looked at him over my shoulder, sending him an angry glare. "I don't want to talk to you," I growled. "Too bad." Logan shrugged. "I'm not letting you go. You won't put yourself in danger. Nobody can know and nobody will know, Emma." Andrew walked toward us and sat on the coffee table in front of Logan and me. "You have every right to be angry, Emma," Andrew said, placing his hand on my knee. "But don't put yourself in danger, please. Amy can't know for your safety and hers. If she doesn't know, she is not worth anything to the Rogue King." I glared at him, but his words got to me. Was I really putting her in danger by telling her? Would he really hurt her? I would never forgive myself if she got hurt because of me. "Fine," I said through my teeth. "I won't tell her anything, but you need to do something for me then." "Anything, love," Andrew said, giving me a small smile. I could see how sad he was, and it was breaking my heart, but I was way too angry and hurt to do anything about it. "I am going to shift, and you will look for color in my fur," I said. "I'm not the true Luna. I am not strong or powerful. You will find it, and we can put an end to this." Logan stiffened beneath me. "What are you talking about?" "You can reject me again when you see that I'm not strong," I said, looking at him over my shoulder. "You can stop using me for your pack, and I can move on and live a peaceful life." I wanted to add that I would live a peaceful life with a mate who loved me for me, but I knew not to push his buttons. I was still his mate, and I knew how possessive he was. Even though he didn't really want me, his wolf would freak out hearing me say that. The growl that left his body made the entire house shake. I could feel his chest vibrate. I could see the fury in his eyes. Andrew gasped and muttered a curse under his breath. Logan's hands around me tightened even more. His canine slipped out and his eyes darted to my neck. Nay! I tried to push away from him, panicking that he would mark me. "Logan!" Andrew shouted, grabbing me and trying to pull me away from him. Logan's eyes snapped to Andrew. They were a mixture of his and his wolf's. "She is mine!" Logan yelled, ripping me back to him and pinning me to his chest. "She is yours, Logan," Andrew said calmly. "I'm not taking her away. But you can't mark her, not like this." I could feel his heart beating frantically. I could feel his chest vibrating. I could feel his breath on my shoulder. A few minutes passed before he calmed down slightly. He buried his nose in my neck and took a deep breath. My body shivered. "You are mine, Emma," he said. "You won't be moving on. I will never reject you. I will never leave you. I don't care if you're strong or not. I am not strong without you. I love you, baby, and nothing and no one will take you away from me." Andrew POV. Logan calmed down a bit, but he was still upset. "Let him hold you until he calms down," I told my sister. I could see how hurt and angry she was, and it was breaking my heart. She had every right to be, I knew that, but I wished that she wasn't. I wished that she would let me explain. Judging from the way she was looking at me, I wasn't sure she would let me explain anytime soon. It was killing me. I wanted to claw my heart out. I wanted to punish myself for being stupid. I wanted to go back and fix every mistake I've ever made. "You should have listened to me," Asher growled. "We wouldn't be losing our sister right now." My heartbeat quickened. Losing her? What the hell was he talking about? She was mad, yes, but she would let me explain. She would forgive me. "What the fuck are you talking about, Asher?" I growled back at him. "Eliza told me that Emma was talking about leaving the pack to get some space from Logan." Asher whined. "That was before you told her the truth. Who knows what will she do now?" My body froze. Did she want to leave the pack? She wanted to leave me? No. No fucking way I was letting that happen. My hands went to grab her without thinking. I grabbed her arm, holding on to her but not pulling her away from Logan. He would rip my head off right now. I was already risking a lot of shit just by touching her. "She will never leave me," I told Asher. "I won't allow it. Eliza will do what she can to keep her in the pack." Asher sighed sadly. "Does Leon know?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer to that question. If Leon knew, my house would already be destroyed and maybe even burned to the ground. "Of course not," Asher said. "He would go insane. Eliza only told me because she was afraid. She doesn't want to leave us or Logan and Leon. You know we don't communicate much." Asher was right. Our wolves didn't talk to each other much. Mates communicated more often, but it was mostly lovey-dovey stuff. They shared our private conversations and thoughts only when they were afraid their human would do something dangerous. And they only shared it with mates and family. Just as Eliza was doing now. "Don't worry, Asher," I said, tightening my grip on Emma's arm. "She won't leave. I won't let her." "You better not," Asher growled. "I will beat your ass myself if you do something stupid this time." I growled back at him before cutting our communication off and focusing back on Logan and Emma. Logan seemed better. His canines retracted, and his eyes were back to their normal color. His nose was buried in Emma's hair, and he was taking deep breaths. "Logan?" I called him carefully. He lifted his head and looked at me. "Are you okay?" I asked him quietly. He looked down at Emma and shook his head. I felt sorry for him, but I understood Emma as well. "Can you let me go now?" Emma asked him. He took a deep breath and loosened his grip on her. She sat up and looked at him. He placed his hands on her hips, keeping her seated on his lap. "Emma." He started to talk, but she interrupted him. "I don't want to hear it, Logan," she said, trying to get out of his grip. "Please, just let me go." "I can't, baby," Logan mumbled. "Can you please talk to us?" I asked her quietly, running my fingers through her hair. She turned to look at me. "No." "Emma, baby." Logan started talking again, but he was interrupted. "No," Emma said angrily. "I'm not your baby. Stop calling me that and let me go." She started to push away from Logan, and he had no choice but to do what she said. As soon as Logan loosened his grip on her, Emma stood up from his lap and ran back upstairs without looking at either one of us. Both Logan and I stared at the stairs long after she was gone. "What do we do?" Logan asked after a long silence. "I have no fucking idea." I groaned, placing my head into my hands. "But I think we are losing her, Logan." "She is so hurt and angry," he whispered, staring at the stairs and ignoring my earlier comment. I didn't know if he didn't hear me or if he ignored it on purpose. "Can you blame her?" I growled, looking up at him. "Is it a little suspicious when you think about it?" His head snapped toward me. His anger was back. "Are you saying that the only reason I want her is because she is the true Luna?" He growled, his eyes blazing with fury. "No." I sighed tiredly. "I know that's not true, Logan. I am saying that I understand where she is coming from. It looks that way, man. I am sorry." His anger turned into pain, and he sighed, running his hand through his hair. "I know how it looks," he cried out. "But it can't be farther from the truth. I love her. I want her. I don't give a fuck about her strength or her power. I just want Emma. I love Emma." "I know," I mumbled. "You will get her back. I will get her back." "What do we do, Andrew?" Logan asked, leaning back on the couch. We show her that her being the true Luna has nothing to do with us wanting her," I said. I will repeat it as many times as I need to." "What if she doesn't believe us?" Logan whispered. "She will," I said with absolute certainty. "She is hurt and angry now. I will give her an hour to calm down a little, and I will go talk to her. I always do that when she is upset. I give her enough time and space to calm her emotions down, but not enough time and space to spiral into her thoughts." "You are a good brother," Logan said. I smiled sadly at him. I could be better. I thought about telling Logan what Asher told me, but I decided it wasn't a good idea. I wanted to keep my house intact. I would talk to Emma about it and try to see how serious she was about leaving. If there was something to worry about, I would tell Logan. If not, he never had to know. "Do you think she will listen to you?" he asked me, moving his gaze back to the stairs. "I don't know," I sighed. "I will do my best to convince her to listen." "I hope you will succeed." Logan sighed. "I can't live without her, man." "I know," I mumbled. "Me neither." I hoped that I wouldn't have to find out what it was like to live without her. I barely survived the 4 days she was gone. I couldn't go through that again. I would do whatever I had to do to keep her here. Emma Povey. I was sitting on the floor in my room with my knees pressed against my chest. It was hard to breathe. It was hard to stop the tears falling from my eyes. It was getting really hard keeping Eliza away. She was trying to push through. She was putting a lot of pressure on the barrier, trying to talk to me. But I knew what she was going to say, and I didn't want to listen to her. My heart felt like it was breaking into a million tiny pieces. I've never felt more alone in my life. My brother lied to me. My mate only wanted to use me. I couldn't talk to my friends because I would put them in danger. Maybe leaving would be the best option? I was already considering it before. I wanted some time away from Logan. I wanted some space so I could decide what to do. Now he decided for me. Leaving now could mean that the Rogue King wouldn't be able to find me. I could travel far away, and he would never know that Emma Parker existed. I could settle in a big human city, and he would never be able to find me. He would probably forget about the White Wolf. Maybe it would become a legend. I would grow old and live my life peacefully. Eliza's cry was so loud that I could hear it through the barrier. I considered removing the barrier and letting her speak, but I was interrupted by a knock on the door. The door opened and Andrew walked inside. Shit, I forgot to lock it. His eyes found me on the floor and he sighed. He closed the door behind him, walked over, and sat down in front of me. He studied my face for a few moments before he sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "You are not leaving the pack, Emma," he said softly. My breath got caught in my throat. How the hell did he know about that? Eliza told Asher. Andrew answered the question inside my head. Shit. Why Eliza? I growled at her, removing the barrier. Asher and Andrew are my brothers too, Emma, she whined. We can't leave them. We are safest with them. I couldn't let you do that. It's my decision, Andrew, I told my brother, ignoring Eliza. I can't let you do that, Emma, Andrew responded, shaking his head. I can't let you leave. Why? I asked. Because the pack would suffer without me? I could see Andrew was hurt by my question. It made my heart clench painfully. I never wanted to hurt my brother. I loved him the most in this world. But I was so angry I couldn't think straight. You know that's not why, Emma, Andrew said, his voice filled with pain. I looked down at my hands, trying to swallow the huge lump in my throat. I knew it wasn't why he wouldn't let me go, but my fear and anger blinded me. Andrew reached out and wiped the tears that fell on my cheek. Those 4 days without you were the hardest days of my life, Em, Andrew said softly. I can't go through that again. I can't let you leave. I can't wake up in this house without you in it. When you were gone, I haven't spent a minute here. I was either out searching for you or in the pack house trying to eat something. I didn't step foot in this house before you returned. I looked up at my brother and saw nothing but sincerity in his eyes. I knew that he was telling the truth. But why didn't he tell me about Logan? I would never use you, Emma, he continued. I wish you weren't the White Wolf. I wish you weren't this awesome future Luna. I just wish you were my little sister, my little pup. I wish your teenage years were filled with happiness and laughter and not fear and sadness. I was wrong before. Jake wasn't the only one who loved me for me. Andrew did too. I am responsible for a lot of that fear and sadness. He sighed. I've made a lot of mistakes, Emma. I can't take them back, but I can apologize. I can promise to try and be a better brother." Tears fell on my cheeks, and I took a deep breath. I moved from the spot I'd been sitting on for the past hour, climbed on my brother's lap, and wrapped my arms around him. I sobbed, burying my head into his neck. "Oh, love," Andrew mumbled, wrapping his arms around me tightly. "I am so sorry, little one." He rocked me back and forth, rubbing my back and running his hand through my hair. It reminded me of when I was a little girl and I came to him when I got sad or hurt. He would always calm me down like this. "Eh, why didn't you tell me about Logan?" I mumbled into his neck. He stopped rocking back and forth and moved so he could look at me. "I know how it looks, Emma," he said, "but he doesn't care about that. He loves you, Em. Not because you are the white wolf, not because you are strong, but because you are you." Was he reading my mind? I don't know if I can believe that, I mumbled, looking down at Andrew's shoulder. Just give him a chance, love," Andrew said, kissing my temple. "Let him explain. I was with him when you were gone, Em. He was broken. He was a complete mess. At that moment, he couldn't give a shit about whether you were weak or strong or had 4 eyes and a bald spot. He only wanted you back." I looked up at him and he smiled. "Do you think he would give his pack to Aunt Gloria to run and spend days next to your bed, waiting for you to wake up if he only wanted you for your powers?" he asked, removing the strand of hair from my face. "I had to force him to go to the bathroom, Emma. I didn't want to see my alpha wet himself, or worse." I chuckled. "Don't tell him I said that," Andrew said, shaking his head in amusement. "I won't," I said, giving him a small smile. "No, but seriously, Em," Andrew said, his smile disappearing and his serious look coming back. "If he wanted you only because of your strength, he would just wait until you woke up to come and see you. He wouldn't be there all the time, refusing to leave the room for a minute in case you woke up." I sighed, bearing my head back into Andrew's neck. He wrapped his arms around me even tighter than before. "I know you will need some time, Emma," he whispered. "But please talk to him when you are ready." I didn't answer. Andrew went back to running his hand through my hair. "Can you promise me something?" he asked me after a few silent minutes. "What?" I asked, not looking up. "Promise me you won't leave," he whispered, turning his head and bearing his nose into my hair. "Asher and I can't live without you, Emma. Eliza can't live without us, and I know you can't either." He was right. I couldn't imagine my life without Andrew in it. As much as I wanted to run away from Logan, leaving Andrew would break me. "I promise," I whispered, making Andrew sigh in relief. "Thank fuck," he growled. "Never think about it again, okay? Asher and I almost had a heart attack. No matter what happens, you can't leave me, okay?" "Okay," I said, chuckling slightly. "Good," Andrew said, kissing the top of my head. He continued rocking me back and forth, and I could feel his body relax. Logan POV. I was frozen. My heart was thumping in my chest, pressing up against my ribcage, trying to leave my body. I should be on my feet right now, tearing down the house, burning down the fucking world. But I wasn't. I was sitting on this couch with my fists clenched tight and a lump the size of the sun lodged in my throat. I didn't mean to listen to their conversation. I really didn't. I had the papers regarding the increase in our vegetable production in front of me. I was working. I was focused on the pack. But then I overheard 5 words that broke me. "Promise me you won't leave." And it was Andrew who said those words. Andrew asked Emma not to leave. She wanted to leave. She wanted to leave the pack. She wanted to leave me. My heart broke and the pain almost made me scream. No, I wouldn't let her. I would do whatever I had to do to make her stay. She couldn't leave me. It would kill me. I barely survived those 4 days without her. Leon was howling in pain, and I couldn't even talk to him right now. I felt him calling on Eliza in pain. I hoped she could calm him down. I hoped that she didn't want to leave us. I hoped that she would stop Emma. If she couldn't, I definitely would. I wasn't letting her leave. She was fucking mine. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs, and I turned around to see Andrew. "Where is she?" I asked, panicking and jumping up from the couch. I was terrified she would leave through the window again. I was going to have to do something about that. I would put bars on her windows. I didn't fucking care. She was mine. She couldn't leave me. "She is showering and I'm making her breakfast," he said, walking toward the kitchen. I followed him with my fists clenched tight. "Why did you make her promise not to leave?" I growled at him as soon as we entered the kitchen. He turned to look at me. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open in surprise. "You promised you wouldn't listen, Logan," he said angrily. "And I didn't," I growled. I overheard it by accident. I was focused on my work and my control slipped. It was hard for us to control our senses at all times. They were heightened and we had to suppress them if we wanted to be less simulated by our environment. That was why all of our bedrooms in the pack house were soundproofed. There was nothing worse than hearing your friends or family fuck, not to mention what I would do to someone if they heard my mate as she reached her orgasm. Emma's screams and moans were mine. I would be the only man on the planet who would get to see and hear her come. Just thinking about it made me hard, and I had to stand behind the fucking kitchen island to hide my erection from my mate's brother. Shit. I was worse than a fucking teenager. My dick kept getting rock hard in the worst possible situations. I have never been this turned on just thinking about a woman. And Andrew would kill me if he knew where my mind went just now. "How come you are not destroying my house right now?" Andrew asked as he opened the fridge. "I'm more in pain than I'm angry right now," I mumbled. Andrew turned around to look at me. He sighed, placing the carton of eggs on the kitchen counter. She won't leave," he said, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning on the kitchen island. "How did you figure out she wanted to leave?" I asked him, trying to calm my heartbeat down. "She won't leave." I was holding on to those words like they were a life jacket. "I didn't." Andrew shook his head. "Eliza told Asher because she got worried and scared. Eliza didn't want to leave, but Emma did." I furrowed my eyebrows. Why did she tell only Asher and not Leon? "Leon?" I called him. "Did Eliza mention this to you?" I could feel his blinding anger, but I managed to control him. "No," he growled. "Mark her, Logan. She is not leaving us." "I won't do it without her consent." I growled back at him and pushed him back into my mind. I almost marked her earlier. I wanted to. The fear of losing her to another man made me blind. But I knew how wrong that would be. I knew I would only push her further away from me. I would have to control Leon because he could do something stupid like that out of pure instinct. I was territorial, but I was nowhere as near bad as he was. She was ours, and he wouldn't let her go. "Why didn't she say anything to Leon?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer to that question. "Because that would have gone well," Andrew said, raising an eyebrow at me. "Leon would have gone insane." "Ah, you are right," I sighed, running my hand through my hair. But she won't leave, right? She won't, Andrew said. I talked to her and explained everything. She will need some time, but she calmed down a bit. Would she listen to me? I asked, hopeful. Eventually. Andrew nodded. Give her a little time, Logan. I nodded, looking down at my hands. Andrew started making breakfast. A few minutes later, I heard the door to her room open. My heart started beating faster. I missed her so fucking much. She walked into the kitchen, her eyes darting to the floor next to the kitchen island. My fists clenched. I knew it was the spot the bitch made her kneel. I would need to visit Sienna again soon. Emma took a deep breath and walked to Andrew. Do you need help? She asked him. I admired her. Even in sweats and a hoodie, she was the most delicious thing I've ever laid my eyes on. I wanted to taste her lips again, but I knew it would probably be a very long time until she let me do that again. It's okay, little one. Andrew smiled at her. Are you okay to be in here? Emma nodded, sitting on the kitchen island opposite me. I noticed how she avoided looking at that spot. Emma? I called her and she looked up at me. Goddess, I wanted to pull her into my arms and kiss her. Will you give me a chance to explain? I asked her, my voice trembling. She took a deep breath and nodded. I almost cried in relief. But not now, Logan, she said. I need some time, okay? I'm angry and hurt, and that talk wouldn't go well for either of us right now. Andrew turned around and looked at her with a small smile. I'm proud of you, he said as he kissed the top of her head. I was jealous. She let him touch her. Okay, baby, I said, giving her a small smile. I understand. We will talk when you are ready. She nodded, looking back down at her hands. Her eyes glanced over the spot, and I noticed how she tensed up. Out of instinct, I reached out and took her hand in mine. Nothing and no one can hurt you while I'm here, I told her, gripping her hand tightly and wishing it was more of her I was touching. Andrew looked at her, reaching out and wrapping his arms around her from behind. You are safe, Em, he said. She was safe. Nothing would happen to her again. No one would hurt her again. I would hunt them down and kill them if they even thought about hurting her. Just as I would hunt the Rogue King down. Emma POV. I was sitting in the diner with Amy, sipping my vanilla milkshake. It's been 3 days since I found out who I was, and I've been under constant supervision from my brother and Logan. I couldn't shift, and they barely let me out of the house. I fought tooth and nail to be here with Amy without one of them breathing down my neck. Andrew and Logan were in the pack house, picking up on their work. Drake left to go to his pack, but he said that he would be back here in a few days. He wanted to help plan the attack on the Rogue King. Logan didn't want to wait for him to attack. He said that he wanted to get rid of him before he found out about me. The problem was that nobody knew where the Rogue King was. He'd been hiding for years, operating from the shadows. Andrew and Logan planned on capturing one of the rogues and trying to get him to talk and tell us where the Rogue King was hiding. It was really comforting to know that if he managed to take me away, nobody would know where to find me. Note the sarcasm. I sighed internally, trying to push the thought back into my mind. So, are you going to forgive Logan? Amy asked me, pulling me out of my thoughts. I gulped my milkshake down. I didn't know what to tell her. There was a whole other problem she wasn't even aware of, and I couldn't tell her about it because I would be putting her in danger. I don't know, I sighed, stirring my milkshake with my straw. Would you forgive him? Amy sighed, taking a sip of her milkshake before looking back up at me. I don't have a mate, so I don't know what a mate bond feels like, she said. But the goddess can make mistakes. You shouldn't be with the man who hurts you just because there is a bond. You should be with someone who loves you, Emma. Is this your way of telling me I should be with Jake? I asked her, already knowing the answer. She was convinced that Jake and I belonged together. Maybe, she shrugged. Jake adores you, Emmy. He would never hurt you. He would love you like you deserve to be loved. I tried to picture it. I tried to imagine my life with Jake. Each time I did, my whole body screamed. The images of Logan touching me and kissing me flooded my mind. I couldn't imagine myself with another man. No matter how badly Logan hurt me, I was his. My body and my soul were his. It wouldn't be fair to him, Amy. I sighed, trying to push away the image of our last kiss. I could never love him like that. He deserves a girl who will love him with everything she has. He deserves a mate. I can't be that. I can't give him the love he needs. But you love him, Emma, Amy said, taking my hand in hers. I do. I nodded. I love him like a friend. That would be enough for him. She smiled at me. I shook my head. It wouldn't be fair, Amy. I could never do that to him. Amy sighed, letting go of my hand and taking another sip of her milkshake. What about Logan then? She asked. I'm not sure. I sighed, pushing the now empty glass away. I need more time. Amy and I talked for a little while longer. I tried to avoid the topic about Logan and Jake, because she was adamant about convincing me to leave Logan and run to Jake. But I couldn't. My body and my heart kept screaming at me when I thought about it. When I noticed that it was getting dark outside, I told Amy I should get going. Tough. We said our goodbyes, and I walked back home. No. When I entered the house, I saw Logan sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone. Hey, baby. He smiled at me, making my heart skip a beat. He insisted on calling me baby, no matter how many times I told him not to. I gave up eventually. Hey, I said, unwrapping my scarf from around my neck. Where is Andrew? Grocery shopping, he said. Did you have fun with Amy? He motioned for me to sit down next to him. I debated it for a second before I walked over to him. I did, I said as I sat down. Any news about Rogue King? No, Logan said as he removed a stand of hair from my face. A shiver went down my spine, and I could feel my lower belly heating up. Only a light touch from him was required to turn my body into a useless heap of moaning mess. Stupid body. Logan's fingers touched my neck as he was removing his hand from my face, and I felt something wet between my legs. I had to stop myself from moaning loudly. I wanted to scream at my body. Really? One touch? Logan's eyes darkened and he growled. Fuck, Emma, he said, grabbing the back of my neck and pulling me to him. He leaned his forehead on mine and took a deep breath. My heart was pounding in my chest, and all my rational thinking was gone. I wanted him to touch me. I wanted him to kiss me. I couldn't care less about him rejecting me again. This feeling was worth all the pain I would go through. You are killing me, baby, he mumbled, his lips grazing mine as he spoke. Oh, fuck it. I grabbed his face with my hands and kissed him. He pulled me onto his lap, and I straddled him. I could feel how hard he was, and it was only making me wetter. His His tongue entered my mouth, and I saw fireworks behind my lids. His tongue massaged mine softly, and I moaned, making him groan and press me closer to him. His lips moved from my mouth to my jaw and to the sweet spot on my neck where his mark would go. He sucked on it gently, making my skin heat up. I let him trace his mouth and his tongue all over my neck until he brought his skillful lips back to mine. I didn't know where I found the guts to do what I did, but I found myself biting gently on his lower lip, making him groan and press his hardness against me. I lowered my head into the crook of his neck and licked his marking spot, making him cry out. I placed gentle kisses all over his neck up to his earlobe. He tasted amazing. I never wanted to taste anything else again. His hands found their way to my ass, squeezing hard and pressing me against him. My underwear was definitely ruined. I licked his earlobe before sucking on it gently. I could feel his hardness twitch, and a proud feeling washed over me. I was pretty good at this for someone who never did anything like this before. He turned his head, capturing my lips with his once again. His tongue massaged mine again, and I grinded my hips against his. "Holy fucking shit, Emma," he growled in my mouth. "I will fuck you right here and right now if we don't stop." I raised my head, looking into his lustful eyes. "And don't get me wrong, baby, I would make love to you right the hell now, but I think your brother would kill me if you walked in on that," he said, chuckling and nipping at my lower lip. Shit. Andrew. I completely forgot that he would probably be home soon. My heartbeat lowered and my skin cooled down. I could think clearly again. Does this little makeout session that almost made me cum in my pants like I was a teenage boy once again mean that you are willing to give me another chance? Logan asked, running his nose up and down my jaw, breathing in my scent. I chuckled, making him look at me and smile brightly. I bit my lower lip, and my heartbeat picked up again. Could I do it? Could I even trust him? I could try. I could give him a chance to show me that he really did want me. I will try, I said quietly. The smile on Logan's face made my heart swell. He grabbed my face in his hands, kissing me again. "You are mine, Emma," he said, leaning his forehead on mine. "I fucking love you." Logan POV. I slammed my fist against the table. I couldn't believe we couldn't find the fucker. It was like he didn't fucking exist. I felt rage boiling in my veins, and the need to destroy my office grew by the second. I needed to leave. I needed a distraction. And what better distraction could there be than my mate in my arms? My mind went to the makeout session 2 days ago, and I was rock hard instantly. The way she kissed me and pushed herself against me almost made me lose my mind. She tasted fucking amazing, and looking back, I had no idea how I managed to hold myself back from sinking into her right there in the middle of the living room. I needed her right now. I fucking needed her. Emma, baby. I mind-linked her. She decided to give me a chance, and I was thrilled. She was still careful, and our relationship looked more like a friendship right now, which bugged the hell out of me. But it was way more than I could hope for. I was sure she would reject me and leave me. I kept picturing her with Jacob, and my heart was breaking. But now, I had hope that I would get my mate back. "Yes?" she responded. Her voice sent shivers down my body, making my erection harden to the point where it hurt. "Where are you?" I asked her, standing up and walking out of my office. I adjusted myself in my pants, hoping that my erection wasn't too noticeable. I couldn't stay here and wait for it to go down. I needed her now. Home, she answered. Are you alone? I asked her. Where is Andrew? Andrew is at the pack house, she responded. He is not with you? He was probably down in the cellar enjoying his time with Rolf or Sienna, but I didn't tell her that. No, I said. I'm on my way to you. I need you, baby. What happened? She asked, and I could hear worry in her voice. It made me walk faster. My instinct to calm my mate down made me rush to her. Nothing, baby. I sighed. I'm frustrated because we don't have any leads on the Rogue King. Oh, she said. It's okay. You will find him. I will, baby, I said softly. He won't hurt you. Logan, she called me. I could hear nervousness in her voice. Why was she nervous? I am not alone at home, she said slowly. My heartbeat sped up and I ran toward her house. Who is there? I growled, even though I had a pretty good idea who it was. I could feel the heartbeat in my throat. I was a few minutes away. Jake, she said quietly. I saw fucking Red. He was with her. They were alone. He wanted her. He could take her. I could lose her. No fucking way. She was mine. I was in front of her house before I could blink. I ripped the door open and growled loudly. The fucker was sitting in the armchair, sipping his coffee. Emma was on the couch, staring at me wide-eyed. Good morning, Alpha, Jacob said, placing his mug down on the coffee table. Your visit is over, Walters. I growled, narrowing my eyes at him and reminding myself that I couldn't kill him. Get out. All due respect, Alpha, but this isn't your house, the fucker said, crossing his arms over his chest. I am Emma's guest, and I will leave when she tells me to. I saw fucking Red. He was pushing the wrong fucking buttons. Get out, Jacob, I commanded him. Logan. Emma started talking, but I stopped her. No, Emma, I growled, not taking my eyes off of him. He is disrespectful to his alpha. I could have him killed. Worst of all, he was sitting all alone with my mate. I want to kill him for that. I heard Emma sigh. The fucker tried to fight my alpha command, but it was pointless. He stood up, glaring at me. I will see you soon, Emma, he said before leaving the house. Bye, Jake. She smiled at him as she stood up to close the front door. I unclenched my fists and let the scent of my mate calm me down. Emma turned around with a frown on her face. Was that really necessary? She sighed, walking past me and into the kitchen. I scoffed. Are you kidding me? He was alone with my mates and he had the guts to disrespect me. If he wasn't important to you, I would kill him immediately. Emma leaned on the kitchen island, looking at me confused. You care that he is important to me? She asked quietly. I wish that he wasn't, I mumbled, running my hand through my hair. But he is, and I love you, which means I could never hurt you by hurting him. Emma stared at me for a few seconds before reaching out to me. I was in front of her in a second. I picked her up and sat her down on the kitchen island. I parted her legs and stood in between them, placing my arms on the island, caging her in. She raised her hand and caressed my cheek. Shivers went down my spine. I closed my eyes, leaning into her touch and taking a deep breath. Her scent filled my lungs completely, and I felt high. She was my drug. Thank you, she said quietly, running her fingers through my short beard. It means a lot to me that you consider my feelings when you think about killing other people. She chuckled at the end of the sentence, and I opened my eyes to look at her smile. Goddess, she was fucking perfect. I smiled at her, leaning my forehead on hers and placing my arms around her waist. She froze for a second before relaxing into my hold. I love you, baby, I said, placing a kiss on her nose. She stared at me and bit her lip. I could feel her nervousness. You don't have to say it back, Emma, I said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and placing a kiss on her jaw. I know I don't deserve it yet. I fucked up, and I have to make up for it. I just want you to know that I love you. She smiled and caressed my cheek. I wanted to kiss her, but she interrupted me with a question. Why were you upset earlier? She asked. Before Jake, was it just because of the Rogue King or did something else happen? I sighed, leaning my forehead on her shoulder. She placed her hand on my head, running her fingers through my hair. Nothing else, I said. I'm just pissed off because I can't find him. You will, she said quietly. I didn't need to talk. I needed her. I moved my head slightly to the right, pressing my lips to her neck. She moaned quietly, but it was enough to make me rock hard again. I found the spot I would soon sink my canines into and sucked on it gently. Emma's legs wrapped around my waist, and she pressed me closer to her. I could smell her arousal, and it was driving me fucking crazy. I traced my lips across her neck, to her jaw, and finally to her mouth, silencing her moans. Her hands tangled up in my hair, pulling me closer. I pressed her against my chest, massaging her tongue with mine. I was in complete and total ecstasy. I wanted her so fucking bad, but I knew I had to wait. I could see that she was still unsure of me and my intentions. I could see that she still didn't trust me completely. She was still fighting with herself and the mate bond. She was giving in to the physical aspects of the mate bond, but she still wasn't in this relationship mentally and emotionally. Not completely, at least. She needed time, and I would give it to her. As much as I wanted to bury myself inside of her and make her scream my name, I knew I had to wait for her to trust me completely. I knew I had to wait for her to accept the mate bond and stop questioning my intentions. Until then, I would take what I can get from her and I would give her everything I had to offer. Andrew POV. Trigger warning. Torture scenes. I was running low on patience. This motherfucker thought that he could play with me. He thought that he could lie to me. 6 missing fingers and a couple of broken teeth later, he finally decided to talk. Too bad I wasn't satisfied with what I was hearing. He was now full of wolfsbane with stab wounds and cuts all over his body. He wasn't going to heal until I got my answers. I wouldn't stop until I got my answers. I would find the Rogue King, I would find him, and I would kill him. He wasn't getting Emma. He would never touch her. Hell, he would never breathe near her. I would destroy him before he got a chance to. Where is he? I asked calmly, slicing through his thigh. He screamed in pain, shaking his head. I don't know, please? He cried out. I really don't know. I sighed, placing my hands on my hips. You realize that I don't really like your answer, right? I need to hear something else coming from your mouth before I burn them with wolfsbane. Rogue's eyes widened in fear. I don't know, he shouted. I swear I don't. You were giving orders on the field, I said, turning around and looking through the knives in our collection. You are high up. You are not an ordinary rogue wolf. You know something. The rogue remained silent. I picked up the largest knife on the tray and turned around. The fucker had a smirk on his face. I clenched my fists and tightened my jaw. I don't know where he is, he said, but I do know what he wants. Or should I say, who he wants. My anger rose rapidly. I grabbed his neck and squeezed. He turned red and his eyes popped out. The smirk on his face disappeared. Speak. I gritted my teeth, putting a beta order behind my words. Too bad it didn't work on him. He was a rogue, and no matter the pressure behind my words, my orders didn't work on him. It made me feel better, though. He stayed silent. I let out my claws and sliced the skin on the back of his neck. He started trashing in my hold. That's... You are not getting out of this room alive. I growled at him. But if you don't tell me what I want to know, your torture will never end. I will let you heal and torture you again until you are at the brink of death. It will continue forever. Wherever I am frustrated or angry, I will come to you to let out my frustration on your body. His eyes widened and I saw fear. I smirked and squeezed his neck tighter. But if you tell me what I want to know, I will kill you quickly. I continued. The torture stops here and you are free. I let go of his neck, allowing him to breathe normally. I stepped back and leaned on the steel table behind me. The rogue gasped loudly, trying to force air into his lungs. So, what's it going to be? I asked calmly. Are you speaking to me, or am I continuing this fun session we've been having? The rogue took another deep breath before looking up at me. There is a girl in this pack, he said, his voice raspy from the lack of oxygen. She is supposed to be very powerful. He wants her. My breathing picked up and my heart started beating impossibly fast. Shit, he knew about her. A girl, I asked, trying to keep Asher from coming out. I needed to find as much as I could, and letting Asher shift was not the way. Yes. The rogue nodded. She is the future Luna of this pack. Well, she is supposed to be anyway. Your alpha rejected her and my alpha wants her. He is coming to get her. Let me out, Andrew, Asher screamed. He is taking about my pup. I will fucking kill him. I used all of my strength to push him back. My heart hammered in my chest and I wanted to run to Emma and make sure she was okay. Logan. I mind-linked him. Yes, he responded immediately. Where are you? I asked. At your house, he said. Why? Did something happen? Is Emma with you? I asked, ignoring his question. She is, he responded. What's going on, Andrew? Stay with her. I growled, ignoring him again. Don't let her out of your sight. Call Drake and tell him to meet us at my place. What? Logan started talking, but I cut our mind link. I could feel him trying to force it open, but I pushed back. I needed to know everything, and I didn't have time to tell him what I found out. I would do that later. Also, I didn't need to hear his panicked voice in my head. It would only distract me. I hoped that he wouldn't use the alpha command. It would force our link to open. Drake was coming back today, so we could exchange information. I was hoping he knew something we could use against the Rogue King. I needed to get as much information from this fucker as I could. Does he know who she is? I asked, growling. He doesn't know her name, but he knows what she looks like. The rogue answered. Fuck, I growled loudly, making the rogue smirk. Do you know her? He taunted me. Is she someone important to you? I know she is not important to your alpha. He wouldn't reject her if she was. I launched myself at him, grabbing his neck and squeezing again. "Shut the fuck up," I growled in his face. "Don't make me change my mind about killing you quickly." The rogue's eyes widened even further. I let him go and stepped back. I took a deep breath and ran my hand through my hair. "How the fuck does he know that my alpha rejected her?" I asked, growling. "The Dark Witch told him," the rogue said, taking deep breaths. "She saw everything. By rejecting her, he only made it easier for the Rogue King. The girl isn't marked or mated. He won't have to remove her mark when he gets her." My heart stopped. Remove her mark? That was impossible. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I growled, bending over and getting into his face. "It's impossible to remove a mate's mark." The fucker smirked in my face. I was seriously considering keeping him as a punching bag. "It's not," he said. "It can be done with dark magic." "How?" I growled loudly, clenching my fists. "Do I look like a witch to you?" The rogue smirked again. "I don't know. I do know that the Rogue King doesn't want to do it because it is dangerous. She could die in the process. He needs her alive." I growled, raising my fist and punching the fucker as hard as I could. His head snapped back and he fell unconscious. I ran out of the cell, growling and trembling. He would never get her. I would fucking kill him. "Pump him full of wolfsbane, but don't let him die," I shouted at the guard standing in front of the cell. I ran upstairs to Logan's bedroom. I needed a shower and a change of clothes. All I really wanted to do was run back home to my sister, but I knew that Emma would freak out if she saw me like this. I was covered in blood. It was stuck to my skin and my clothes were drenched. Yeah. "Where the fuck is Drake?" I asked Logan as I opened our mind link again. "Did he arrive?" "Fuck, Andrew," Logan growled at me. "Where the fuck are you? What is going on?" "I have some new information about the Rogue King," I growled. "I'm at the pack house, taking a shower. I will be home soon. I'm covered in blood. I don't want Emma to see me like this." Logan growled and cut our mind link. He never told me if Drake arrived. I didn't really care. All I wanted was to go home and feel my sister in my arms. Logan POV. I gripped Emma's waist tighter. I was sitting on the couch, watching TV when Andrew mind-linked me for the first time. I got so freaked out that I went up to Emma's room and pulled her out of there. I made her sit on the couch with me and watch TV. She complained the entire time because I interrupted her reading. I ignored her completely. Andrew said to keep an eye on her, and I would do just that. I missed her anyway, and I wanted her close to me. Now that Andrew had told me he had new information, I was even more freaked out. Andrew sounded afraid and angry. "Is everything okay?" Emma asked me as she tried to move away from me. I grabbed her tighter, pulling her closer. "You are hurting me, Logan," she said quietly. I let her go immediately. My heart broke in my chest. I hurt her. "Goddess baby, I am so sorry," I whined, wrapping an arm around her waist gently this time. "I didn't mean to hurt you." "It's okay," she said. "What's wrong?" "Andrew mind-linked me," I sighed, leaning in and running my nose across her jaw. "He has new information about the Rogue King." Emma stiffened. "What information?" "He didn't say," I mumbled, placing a kiss on her cheek. "But don't worry, baby. He won't touch you." Emma was silent. She bit her lower lip, and I could tell that she was nervous. Watching her bite her lower lip like that made me want to do it myself. I imagined sucking and biting on her lower lip while she moaned. Shit. Not now, Logan. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. You don't know that, Logan. Emma's quiet voice snapped me out of my thoughts. He could take me away. The fear exploded inside of me. I immediately wrapped my arms around her, pulling her against my chest. No, I growled. He will not take you away from me. No one will take you away from me. You are mine. The word kept repeating itself in my mind. Mine. Mine. She was fucking mine. Every piece of her body and soul was mine. Nobody would touch her. Nobody would have her. Mine! My heart was hammering in my chest, and the only thing stopping me from shifting was Emma's scent around me. I felt her breath on my neck and focused on that. What if he hurts Andrew? Emma whispered. Or you? He won't, baby, I mumbled, burying my nose into her hair. He will not hurt us. He will not take you away. I won't let him. Emma relaxed in my arms, and the happiness I felt was immeasurable. My baby trusted me. She felt safe with me. She was relaxed next to me. It was a huge step forward, and it made me want to jump up and scream with happiness. A knock on the door interrupted us. I let Emma go, and she wanted to stand up. I stopped her immediately. I knew it was Drake, and I didn't want him near her. He wanted her, and she was mine. I stood up, walked to the front door, and opened it. Drake was standing there with a smile on his face. Hi, Logan, he greeted me. Drake. I nodded, stepping aside so he could come inside. He walked inside the house and looked at Emma immediately. She was standing in the living room with a small smile on her beautiful face. Hello, Emma, he said, a huge smile spreading across his face. It is so good to see you again. How are you? I growled, rushing back to her. I placed an arm around her waist and glared at Drake. Mine, fucking mine. He ignored me completely, his eyes never leaving her. I'm fine, Alpha Drake, she said politely. Please sit down. Can I get you anything to drink? It's Drake, Emma, he said, sitting down on the couch. And I would like a beer if you have one, please. Emma nodded, looking up at me. Would you like something as well? Beer as well, I said, bending down and placing a kiss on her forehead. Thank you, baby. Emma walked away, giving another small smile to Drake. Jealousy stabbed at my heart. So she has forgiven you? Drake asked as soon as she left the living room. Sort of, I sighed, sitting down. I'm still gaining her trust. She is definitely worth it. Drake chuckled. I growled, narrowing my eyes at him. Back the fuck off. Drake raised his hands like he was surrendering. I won't do anything, Logan. I opened my mouth to tell him that he would never get a chance to do anything anyway, but I was interrupted when the door slammed open and a furious Andrew barged inside. My eyes widened. He looked ready to kill. He looked around the room and growled. Where is Emma? Before we could respond, Emma came back from the kitchen with 2 beers in her hands. Andrew growled, rushed toward Emma, and pulled her to him. The bottles almost fell out of her hands. I stood up and took them from her hands. I gave one to Drake and put mine down on the coffee table. Emma hugged Andrew. He picked her up and sat down in the armchair with her on his lap. What happened? Emma asked him. I got some information out of the rogue in the cellar. Andrew growled, tightening his arms around Emma. How? Emma asked him. Andrew glanced at me. I knew how, but Emma didn't need to know. I was persuasive, Andrew said. Emma sighed. She probably knew what he meant by that, but she didn't ask any further. What did he say? Drake asked, leaning his elbows on his knees. He knows about Emma, Andrew growled, making my heart stop beating. He doesn't know her name, but he knows what she looks like. I saw Emma's eyes widen in fear. She tensed up in Andrew's arms. I was frozen. My fists were clenched and my canines slipped out. I wanted to grab Emma and wrap her in my arms, but I couldn't fucking move. Anything else? Drake asked angrily. Andrew nodded, his eyes blazing with fury. Andrew glanced at me, and I knew that what he was going to say next would probably make me want to burn the house to the ground. The rogue kind knows that Logan rejected his mate, Andrew said slowly. A dark witch told him that would happen. He is glad because if Emma was marked, he would have to remove her mark. The room was completely silent after Andrew finished speaking. Remove her mark? That was impossible. Nothing and nobody could remove a mate's mark. Just the thought of it made me sick. That's impossible, Drake mumbled. Andrew shook his head. Apparently not. A witch can do something about that, but it's dangerous. The one having the mark removed could die in the process. My heart stopped beating. My claws flew out. A growl escaped me. I saw Emma shaking in fear, and my body finally moved. I jumped toward Andrew, grabbed Emma out of his hands, and pressed her against my chest. She was shaking, and small sobs escaped her lips. My heart broke into a million tiny pieces. He won't hurt you, baby, I whispered to her. I won't let him. I sat down with her in my arms. She straddled me and wrapped her arms around my neck. I kept rubbing her back soothingly. I could feel her fear, and it made me want to burn the world down. I looked at Andrew over her shoulder. He looked murderous. He was staring at Emma, and I could see how much he wanted to rip her from my arms and back into his. I gripped her tighter, placing a kiss on top of her head. What the fuck are we going to do? Drake growled after a few minutes of silence. Emma POV. To say that I was shocked was a complete understatement. I was completely shaken. A mate's mark could be removed? I could die in the process? I pressed myself closer to Logan. I needed him. I needed his comfort and the safety of his arms. I was slowly falling for him. I still fought with myself, but it was really hard, especially when he was around all the time and when I could feel his lips on mine whenever I wanted. I was getting addicted to the taste of him, and I was slowly heading to the point of no return. I still wanted to slow down. A voice inside of my mind didn't stop screaming at me. I was still afraid he would reject me. I still thought he wanted me only because I was the true Luna. But the voice screaming at me slowly got quieter, and all my feelings for him started overwhelming me. It was a huge battle inside of me, but now I needed him. I needed him to hold me and tell me that he would never let anyone take me away from him. She can't leave the house, Andrew growled. She can't show her face outside, not until we catch the motherfucker. And she can never be left alone, Logan added, rubbing soothing circles on my back. One of us has to be with her all the time. I furrowed my eyebrows. How could that be possible? They have jobs. They couldn't be with me all the time. You can't do that, Logan. I said as I sat up in his lap. You have a pack to take care of. You are more important, baby, he said, cupping my face. Besides, I have a lot of people who could help me run my pack. Don't worry about that part. I stared at him, surprised that he would choose me over the pack. Would he really sit with me the entire day instead of taking care of his pack? Don't kill me, Logan, but I have an idea. Andrew sighed, making me look away from Logan. Logan looked at Andrew over my shoulder. I tried to wiggle out of Logan's lap, but he wouldn't let me. No, Emma. He growled quietly, looking down at me. Stay here. Let me just turn around then. I sighed. Logan picked me up with ease and turned me around so I could see my brother and Drake. He pressed me on his chest and kissed the top of my head. What idea, Andrew? Logan asked him. Em is right. Andrew sighed. We can't be with her all the time. Your mom can handle most of the pack business, but we need to focus on finding the fucker. We need more people to guard her. Logan tensed up. I think he knew where Andrew was going with this. I think I knew too. When you say more people, who exactly are you referring to? Logan asked, tightening his arms around me. Jacob, Andrew said, looking at Logan like he expected him to blow up. Surprisingly, Logan didn't blow up. He just chuckled darkly. Are you seriously suggesting that I let another male be alone with my mate? Logan asked. Do you want me to tear your house down? Andrew rolled his eyes and leaned back in the chair. Jacob won't do anything. He is our best warrior, and he would never let anything happen to Emma. Think about it, Logan. Logan's chest vibrated, and he let out a quiet growl. Andrew is right, Logan. Drake joined the conversation. You need to tell Jacob about what is going on, and you need his help. Are you two insane? Logan growled. I'm not letting him near her. I took his hand in mine and leaned further back into him. I needed to calm him down, or he would really tear the house down. He squeezed my hand and buried his nose in my hair, taking a deep breath of my scent. I just can't wait for the two of you to mind your mates. Logan mumbled. The first thing I'm going to do is suggest you leave her with another male who wants her. I chuckled. I could imagine Logan's smirk while he did that. Both Andrew and Drake rolled their eyes and sighed. It's not funny, Emma, Logan said as he raised his head. It hurts just thinking about him alone with you. I sighed and looked at my brother. Andrew, could Logan and I have a moment alone, please? Andrew nodded and stood up. He walked out of the living room, followed by Drake, who gave me a small smile. I turned around in Logan's arms, straddling him and placing my arms on his shoulders. What are you afraid of? I asked him. He gripped my hips tightly. I am afraid that he is going to take you away from me. I bit my lower lip, staring at him. Honestly, no matter how conflicted I was about forgiving Logan and accepting him as my mate, I could never imagine myself with another man. Even if I ended up rejecting him, I would never be with another man again. I just couldn't bear another man's hands on my body. I wouldn't want any other man's taste on my tongue. I felt him hardening under me, and he groaned. Fuck, baby, don't bite your lip, he mumbled, raising his hand and pulling my lip from under my teeth. Tingles flew all over my body, and I felt wetness between my legs. He was the only one who could do that to me with one touch. The sound of his voice alone could make me ready in a second. And the way he sounded just now was heavenly. Shit. I needed to focus. I needed to tell him that Jake wasn't a threat to him. Can I be honest, Logan? I mumbled, trying to ignore the ache between my legs. Of course, baby, he mumbled, and I could tell that he was doing the same thing as I was. I'm still not sure about us, Logan, I said, looking him in the eyes. I'm still afraid, and every time I try to let you in, there is this voice telling me not to. Yeah. Logan's jaw tightened, and I saw pain in his eyes. I took a deep breath and caressed his cheek. But I can't picture myself with another man. I continued quietly. I don't want another man's hands on me. I don't want anyone else to kiss me. I only want you, Logan. So even if I don't end up with you, I will never want another man. I will be single forever. Logan grabbed my face and pressed his lips against mine. His tongue entered my mouth, and I moaned. The ache between my legs only worsened. No man will ever touch you, Logan said quietly as he stopped kissing me. You are mine, Emma. I know you are still holding back, but I won't give up. I will never give up. I will show you how fucking much I love you and how badly I need you. You will never be single, because you are mine. I kissed him, running my tongue against his lips gently. Fuck, Emma, he mumbled against my lips. We need to stop. I pulled back and nodded. My mind was all fuzzy. I chuckled and ran my hand through his hair. Jake is not a threat, Logan, I said quietly. Even if he wanted me, I don't want him. And he loves and respects me enough not to do anything I don't want him to do. You don't have to worry. Logan stared at me with a pained expression on his face. He was leading a battle inside himself. We are pretty boring, you know, I said, smiling. We play board games or video games. I always beat him, by the way. Logan chuckled, caressing my cheek. It's not like we have wild sex while he is here, I added, smirking. Logan's eyes darkened and he growled. I chuckled as he grabbed my face. Mine, he growled and kissed me roughly. Logan POV. I couldn't believe that I agreed to do this. I blamed the mate bond. Emma convinced me to let Jacob guard her while we were going to be out there searching for the rogue king. I didn't know how she did it, though. She was sitting on my lap, working her mouth perfectly against mine. And I was gone. All my free will was gone. I would really have to find a way to stand up to her. I couldn't let her control me like that. I nuzzled my nose into her neck, taking a deep breath of her scent. We were waiting for Jacob to arrive. We won't be gone for long, Emma, Andrew said. We can do most of our work from here anyway. Jacob will be with you for only a couple of hours, and it won't be every day. Can Amy come as well? Emma asked. We should tell her. She will want to see me. How will I explain the house arrest? It's not a house arrest. I sighed. I know, Emma chuckled, looking at me. I just don't know what else to call it. I'm not sure it's a good idea, Emma. Drake sighed. The more people know, the more danger you are in. She would also be in danger, you know that. Maybe it's not such a bad idea, Drake, Andrew said. Emma is right. Amy will want to see her. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to have someone else with her. Amy could be here all the time without Logan freaking out, and she is a great fighter. Emma bit her lower lip and started fidgeting with her fingers. I rubbed her back soothingly. What are you thinking, baby? I asked her softly. Drake is right, she mumbled. I don't want to put her in danger. Before any one of us could respond, a knock on the door interrupted us. We can talk about that later, Andrew said to her as he stood up to open the door. I pressed Emma closer to me. Alarms were blaring in my head, and it was hard to ignore them. Jacob wanted her, and I wasn't sure if he would stay away from her. "Hello, Jacob," Andrew said politely as he opened the door. "Beta Andrew," I heard his voice. "Come on inside," Andrew said, and moved so Jacob could walk in. Jacob stepped inside, and his eyes immediately went to Emma. He smiled at her, making me growl. "Alpha Logan, Alpha Drake," Jacob said, bowing his head in respect. "Hello, Jacob," Drake said as he motioned toward the armchair. "Sit down, please." Jacob walked to his seat with a confused expression on his face. He sat down and looked at Emma. I turned my head to her and kissed her temple. I wanted him to see that she was mine. Andrew sat down next to Emma and took her hand in his. "You are here because we have a job for you, Jacob." I started talking sternly. "A job?" Jacob asked, furrowing his eyebrows. "We need you to guard Emma," Andrew said. Jacob's eyes widened and he looked at Emma. I could feel her tense up. "Guard her?" Jacob asked. "Why? Is everything okay? Beautiful?" I growled. "No nicknames, Jacob. The Rogue King wants her because she is a powerful wolf." Andrew spoke before Jacob and I could start an argument. "He is planning to take her as his chosen mate. He wants to mark her, and he wants her to give him children because he believes he could take over the packs using her and their children." I gripped Emma tighter. The only children she would have would be mine. The only dick inside of her would be mine. The only canines piercing her delicious skin would be mine. She was mine. To say that Jacob was shocked was an understatement. He was staring at Andrew with wide eyes. His mouth was opened and he looked kind of funny, to be honest. "He wants what?" Jacob mumbled. "He wants to take her and make her his chosen mate." Andrew repeated slowly. Jacob's eyes flew to Emma. He was terrified. "No fucking way," he growled. "He is not getting to her." A mix of jealousy and relief flooded me. Relief because I knew that he wouldn't let her get hurt. Jealousy because I saw the way he was looking at her. He wanted her for himself, and it made me want to rip his heart out. "He doesn't know her name," Andrew continued. "He knows what she looks like, and that is why she needs to stay inside. Logan and I can't be with her all the time. We need to find the fucker before he attacks our pack and tries to take her away. We need you to guard her while we are not here." "Of course," Jacob agreed immediately. "I will guard her with my life." "It won't be for a long period of time, though," I said sternly. "You won't be with her all the time." Jacob nodded, but I could see he wasn't happy. The fucker really thought that I would let him be with her all the time. No fucking way. "Does Amy know?" Jacob asked Emma. "No," she shook her head. "We were just discussing if we should tell her. I don't want to put her in danger." Jacob stayed silent for a moment. I could tell that he was thinking about something. "She will kill us both if we don't tell her," Jacob said after a few moments of silence. "You know how much she loves you. She is a great warrior as well. It would be great to have her around. Also, I would never let anything happen to her. She is like my sister." Emma glanced at Andrew. "What do you think?" "Like I said earlier, it wouldn't hurt to have her around as well," Andrew said, looking at Jacob. "I will talk to her with your permission, Alpha and Beta," Jacob said, looking from me to Andrew. "Do that, Jacob." I nodded. "But you can only tell Amy. No one else can know about this." Jacob nodded and looked back at Emma. He gave her a warm smile, and she smiled back. Jealousy stabbed me again. "That would be all, Jacob," I said coldly, tightening my grip on Emma. "You can come back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Jacob glanced at me and gave me a stiff nod. He stood up and walked to the front door. "Bye, Emmy," he said, turning to look at her. "I will see you tomorrow morning." "Bye, Jake." She smiled at him, making me want to growl. "Alpha, Beta, Alpha Drake," Jacob said, bowing his head in respect. "We will see you tomorrow, Jacob," Andrew said. Jacob nodded, glanced at Emma one last time, and left the house. I relaxed immediately. I turned my head toward Emma and kissed her shoulder. I had no idea how I was supposed to leave her alone with him. It would be the hardest thing I ever had to do. "I am going to bed," Emma said, smiling at us. "I will see you tomorrow morning." I kissed her temple and reluctantly moved my arms so she could stand up. She hugged Andrew and smiled at Drake before going upstairs. I was watching her until she disappeared from my sight. I decided to go to her room before I went to bed. I needed to taste her again. "I think we need to talk to Sienna," Drake said as soon as her bedroom door closed. I interrogated one of the rogues we captured. He mentioned her. My head snapped toward him and I growled. "What the fuck did that bitch have to do with the Rogue King?" Emma POV. "We will be right back," Logan said as he reached out for me. 2 hours tops. He wrapped his arms around me, burying his nose into my hair. "It's okay, Logan," I said as I hugged him back. "I will be okay. Don't worry. Go do your job." "I will miss you," Logan mumbled. "It's 2 hours, Logan," Andrew sighed, picking up his phone and putting it in the pocket of his jeans. "You are not the one who needs to leave his mate with another man," Logan growled as he raised his head and glared at my brother. "Amy will be here too," I said, letting go of him. He looked down at me and whined quietly. I rubbed his back and gave him a small smile. "Come on, man," Andrew said. "Drake is waiting for us." Logan kissed my forehead and reluctantly let me go. "We can't leave until Jacob gets here," Logan said, frowning. I mind-linked him," Andrew said, opening the front door. "He is here." Andrew reached out for me, and I hugged him tightly. "If anything happens, mind-link Logan or me immediately, understood?" Andrew said, kissing the top of my head. "Yes," I said, letting him go. "Don't worry, everything will be great." "Beta Andrew." I heard Jake's voice and looked behind Andrew. Logan growled quietly, pulling me back into his arms. I could feel his erratic heartbeat, and it made me sad. He really had nothing to worry about. We still needed to talk about a lot of things, but I was his. Even if I decided to reject him, which was slowly but surely getting highly unlikely, I would always be his. Just the thought of another man's hands on my body made me shiver. Andrew stepped aside so Jake could come in. "We will be back in 2 hours," Andrew said to Jake. "If anything happens, mind-link us immediately." "Of course, Beta," Jake said, bowing his head. "Don't worry, she is safe with me." Andrew nodded and looked at Logan. "Let's go." Logan buried his nose into my hair, taking a deep breath. He reluctantly let me go and walked toward the front door. "If you touch my mate, I will rip you apart, Walters." Logan growled as he walked by Jake. "You are here as her guard, nothing else." "Of course, Alpha," Jake said, trying not to glare at Logan. Logan turned around, giving me a look full of longing. I smiled at him. "I love you, baby," he said. "I will be back soon." "Okay," I said with a small smile. Jake walked over to me, making Logan glare and growl. Andrew sighed, grabbed his arm, and pulled him out of the house. As soon as the door behind them closed, Jake sighed and shook his head. "He is very jealous, isn't he?" Jake mumbled, turning to look at me. He is an alpha wolf, Jake," I said as I started walking to the kitchen. "He is possessive." Jake followed me to the kitchen and sat down at the kitchen island. "Coffee?" I asked him as I opened the cupboard. "Sure," Jake said. I took out 2 cups and filled them with coffee. I gave Jake his cup and sat down opposite him. "You decided to forgive him?" Jake asked me. "I'm trying to forgive him." I sighed and took a sip of my coffee. "I'm still careful, though." "You don't need him, Emma," Jake said, frowning. "I can give you so much more." "Jake," I started speaking softly, but he interrupted me. "No, Emma," he said, placing his cup down on the kitchen island. "He rejected you. He chose that bitch over you. He doesn't love you, Emma. The only reason he changed his mind was your power. He is using you." My heart was breaking inside my chest. Jake said everything I was already thinking. "You would be so much happier with me, beautiful." Jake continued softly, reaching out and taking my hand in his. His touch burned my skin, and I wanted to pull my hand back. He gripped it tighter. "I love you," he said. "I've always loved you. I've never cared if you were powerful or not. I don't care about any of that stuff. I want you, Emma. I love you. Logan loved me too. Right? He couldn't have faked all that's been happening between us for the last few days. Right? He showed me how much he loved me. I saw it in his eyes. I felt it. Our bond was getting stronger, and I could feel him. I could feel his emotions. He couldn't fake love. Right? "I love you too, Jake," I said quietly. "But I love you like a friend, nothing more. I would never be able to give myself to you. Even if I decide to reject Logan, I will stay single. I just can't imagine myself with another man." "You could learn to love me," Jake said, squeezing my hand. "That wouldn't be fair," I said. "I could never do that to you, Jake. You deserve someone who will love you with all their heart and soul, not someone who needs to learn to love you." I tried to pull my hand away. I was getting uncomfortable. His touch felt wrong. I wanted Logan. "I don't care, Emma," Jake said. "I want you." He brought my hand to his lips and kissed it gently. Shivers went up and down my body, but not the same ones I felt with Logan. These felt wrong. "What would happen when you found your mate?" I asked him, trying to gulp down the lump in my throat. "I would reject her," Jake said immediately. "I don't want a mate. I want you." "You don't know what a mate bond feels like, Jake," I said, pulling my hand out of his. "You would want to be with her." "No, Emma, He started speaking, but this time I interrupted him. "Stop, Jake, please," I said softly. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. I can't be with you. Please don't make me uncomfortable." Jake clenched his fists, and his jaw twitched. "Fine, beautiful," he mumbled. "I will stop." "Thank you," I said, giving him a small smile. "What do you want to do? We could play a board game." "I'll pass," Jake sighed. "I'm not in a mood to lose to a cheater." Hey," I whined. "I don't cheat." "Sure," Jake said as he rolled his eyes playfully. Do you want to watch a movie? I asked him as I hopped off of the bar stool. Jake nodded, standing up and following me back to the living room. Did you talk to Amy? I asked him as I turned the TV on. I will do it tomorrow, Jake said, sitting down on the couch. I needed time to process. I still can't wrap my brain around it. I sighed. I still think it's a mistake. I sat down next to Jake and gave him the remote. You are letting me choose? He asked, raising an eyebrow at me. This time only, I said, chuckling. Jake smiled, taking the remote out of my hand. I leaned back on the couch and resisted the urge to mind-link Logan. The time was passing by slowly, and I couldn't wait for him to come back. For the first time ever, I didn't feel comfortable being alone with Jake.